Live from Michigan City, Indiana, it is the 17th annual X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. Welcome as Race World Offshore continues the APBA UIM run up to the RWO World Championships in Key West. Hi, Todd Swafford here with you on the beautiful beaches of Lake Michigan. We got a little bit of weather, as you can see on the screen in front of us, joined by Ryan Beckley, the American Powerboat Association Offshore Racing Chairman, and my broadcast partner now for several years at Race World Offshore, Eric Colby of SpeedOnTheWater.com. We've got a lot of people already lining up. The rain is holding off, although we've had rain this morning, Eric, and we're about ready to start qualifying this morning, and a big slate of racing going on over the 2 days.
Yeah, the weather is threatening, but it's holding off now. Everyone's cautiously optimistic, and we've got Class 1 boats ready to come out onto the course and try to get that pole position.
So, Ryan, we're going to be doing qualifying in which classes?
We're going to have the Class 1 boats go first, and then the Super Cats as well. We'll do qualifying. Factory 500, the UIM Class 2 is going to qualify after that, and then the Super Stock boats will come out last for their qualifying effort.
Also now known as Class 3.
Yep, so
UIM.
Those boats, they're the most recent class. Super Stock is added to the UIM class structure, racing the 6-race series for their World Championships this year.
So UIM Class 1, the oldest racing class in all of offshore racing, began racing worldwide as the Class 1 World Champion dating back to 1966. The Class 1 Championship was a worldwide points total from races all around the globe, from Europe to South America, North America, Scandinavia, Australia. And in 1977, they formed a single race format that lasted until 1989. And here we see the GC Racing team going to be out first for Class 1 qualifying here at the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix.
Willie Cabeza, the owner-driver, John Tomlinson on the throttles, this 48-foot MTI, the second newest boat in the fleet because the Monster is the newest. But one of the bigger boats in the fleet, and that should serve it well. They're going to do a warm-up for 3/4 of a lap, and then they get 1 lap to go out and try to lay down the best speed. What are we looking at conditions-wise, Ryan?
Well, it's getting rougher by the moment right now. When we were in the driver's meeting a couple hours ago, it was pretty flat calm, and the winds have picked up and shifted directions, and it's definitely getting rougher. As you could hear the Super Cats, when they were testing, it was definitely the telltale of how rough it was, because you can hear the guys coming on and off the throttles so much while they're running. But these conditions, some of these guys, it's the first time they've seen the course. I know in that GC boat, they told me they were up testing in Indiana the other day, and they ran all day long up there, but that was in flat, calm conditions. So it's definitely a lot different for them to be out there right now. But with Johnny on the throttles in that MTI, he is one of the greatest of all time in that position. So he'll get Willie around the course.
Watching WHM on screen now as they come out. They'll be the second boat qualifying. The conditions here, overcast and rainy. We have pretty strong east wind. It's coming at about 20 miles an hour at least. Now, it could be a lot worse. North wind is the worst here, Ryan. If it was and there is some possibility of some of that tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the weather report I've been watching says tomorrow is north and up to double the size of the conditions for tomorrow. So I know they're trying to get a lot of the races in today, but the weather report slowly has gotten better all week. So
it has. Tomorrow, a little bit more, less rain, maybe even some sunshine.
Yeah, the sun peaked out a few moments ago. I was surprised. So hopefully Jim Black got the good word in for us. Reverend Jim Black got the good word in for us and is going to provide us with some better conditions as the day goes on. But right now it's offshore racing, and that's what people want to see. You can see the boat coming down. You can see there's a big swell out there, the WHM on screen going between swells, and then with the chop on top. It's going to be challenging, but offshore racing conditions.
Well,
yeah, we've got a substitute driver in the WHM. Chris Hopgood is filling in for owner Billy Moff. and the throttleman is Jay Muller. But now we have the start of the GC Racing qualifying lap. So let's see what they're going to kind of establish the baseline for the other 5 boats in the fleet, or there's 6 rather. And it's pretty much first come, first served as far as the qualifying order. Whoever's out.
Man,
they are taking some flyers straight around that corner, turning straight into it. The boat stands up at a 45-degree angle. They got another boat just ahead of them. It's probably going to be a bit of a challenge, a smaller super stock boat, the Hook team. But they're going to lay down a lap, and being the first boat out probably isn't most optimum either. So you see WHM coming down to their green flag start now. They're halfway down the straightaway. But the GC Racing, Willie Cabeza and John Tomlinson, they're seasoned, but they didn't make it to the second part of their next race. So the last time we saw this boat was in Cocoa Beach, which was very, very rough conditions as well.
This is the 40-foot skater, Billy Moff. Want to say hey to Billy. Chris Hopgood jumping on the wheel with Jay Muller. They're getting ready to begin their qualifying lap and drop down their time for qualifying and lane positions in Class 1 racing later today, and they're underway. Did I understand correctly at the drivers' meeting you get one run at it? One lap?
Yep. You get a half a warm-up lap, and you get one whole lap, and then they're going to call it a day. They're qualifying 4 positions right now. 4 classes for the boats in those 4 classes. One of these guys, Jay Muller in the WHM, is running 3 different boats in this hour 15-minute qualifying session. So he's going to be a busy guy for the next short time.
Watching the GC Racing team coming to the west end of the course. We're on the south end of Lake Michigan. This is a 5-mile course here today. 3-pin turn, wide sweeping turn on both the east and the west end. Now starting the east run and coming down the leg in front of the beach, trying to finish up their qualifying lap.
They're coming down the beach now. You got it laid over. I think they got a little bit of a tailwind coming this way, so it's not as hard as running up the beach straight into it. So Johnny's got that thing rolled over and coming down the straightaway, trying to lay down a lap to, try to find P1 in Class 1.
GC Racing of Marine Technologies.
And this
catamaran.
boat has the number 6 drive, so that we're seeing more of in the Class 1 boats.
Starting to have a little bit more of a sprinkle drop here in Michigan City as qualifying has begun.
Yeah, they're hoping to find the trough to get a good run going down the beach here and finish off their lap with a good time and put them out front. Johnny is always great at qualifying, and he knows how to get the most out of any boat that he gets in as they finish up their lap coming across the line.
Unofficially.
Head into the pit area. Neither of those guys are doing double duty today as far as I know, so they'll be get back in, get set up for their race later today.
Look at the data with MTI president, founder Randy Sissom, and plan their next move. And now we see WHM coming off the
you can
turn.
see it getting bigger there. There's 3 to 4 foot swell in that north turn down there, east, north, whichever it is. The far turn has definitely got a big swell in it. And Chris Hopgood on the wheel with Jay Muller on the throttles and the 1100 Mercury competition. Class 1 motor, 40-foot skater coming down to finish up their laps and finish their qualifying effort. And then both those guys got to hop in other boats and qualify the Super Stock Celsius boat as well as the Great L Super Cat.
Looks like
for Jay.
Looks like the Monster Energy 40-foot skater will be the next boat out.
No, that's the
That's
discreet.
the discreet.
Is that the discreet? My apologies.
Discreet Mystic.
The
A home race or close to home race for both. Both those guys are from Illinois, I believe, that are in that boat.
So we got a time of 3:08.80 for GC Racing. So it'll be interesting to see how WHM stacks up there and what that everyone else now has a number to shoot at.
Here comes WHM finishing up their lap, and now they got the steam full steam ahead. They're trying to finish up their lap on the hammers. Jay Muller and Chris Hopgood.
They're almost 20 seconds off the pace there, guys.
They definitely were taking it easier through the turn. That north turn definitely had a big swell when they went through it when we looked up finishing their lap.
Well, Chris and Jay have a lot of experience running together, but first time officially in qualifying in a Class 1 boat with the twin Mercury 1100 QC4V turbocharged engines, the official engine of Class 1 racing. Going to look at the hook powered by ProFlex flooring. Now testing, they'll be racing later in Superstock class.
Yeah, I think they're on their qualifying lap too. I think they're allowing.
Are they allowing the cross-crawler qualify?
I believe so, because they have so many boats and guys switching up boats. I assume they're out there. Marco, James Marcovides is the driver of that boat. Todd DePhillips, the throttleman and builder of that Wicked, 28-foot Wicked, the smallest boat competing in the Superstock class. Out there in these conditions, they actually look like they're running really well, considering it's the smallest boat that you'll see out here qualifying today. And then the X Insurance out-of-pocket boat is entering the course now, and right behind them is the 11 MTI X Insurance boat with Nick Buez and JJ Turk also entering the course for their qualifying effort. Still following along with the Hook team, the S11, making their way the north end of the northeast end of the course, halfway done with their one lap of qualifying.
See, WHM officially about 21 seconds off that pace at 3:40.79 in qualifying.
The driver of the Hook boat is something of a fishing personality, from what I understand.
James Marcovides is he's got a show on ESPN in a media group called Goliath Media Group, based out of Fort Myers, and he has several different formats of fishing programming, and he's also done some different format of video production and shows for the Superstock class and some of its members of the class as well.
Yeah, we just had, now we're back to the Hook boat. They're coming down to finish their qualifying. Well, they're coming out of the
They must
far
have finished
turn.
it, yeah.
So they're, it's definitely getting sporty down there. But here comes Billy Moore and Kevin Burrell in the out-of-pocket, the 48-foot Victory. And Billy said he's been slowly but surely finding more speed in the boat. So they'll be coming down to start their lap. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah, they're on their warm-up right now.
3/4 of a lap, and if there's anybody that's fearless in the rougher conditions, it's Billy Moore. And Kevin Burrell, in his first year of offshore racing, came out of a very, very, very high-speed pleasure boat last year.
Yeah.
And so he's getting a baptism by fire here with Billy Moore on the throttles in conditions like this. I wouldn't envy anyone that was going to strap in with Billy Moore in rough water, because you're going to get the ride of your life, as I'm sure they are right now.
So some light rain coming through the area right now. Strong east wind continues to blow at the 15 to 20 mile an hour level here on the south end of Lake Michigan.
They're going to be coming right past this yellow buoy, which is the finish line. It's also the start for the qualifying laps, with the X Insurance helicopter flying above. And we'll see what they put down for a time. They are the third boat in Class 1 to qualify.
And this is a rudder drive boat, not a number 6 boat, so it bites the water. It gets around the corners a little bit better.
Yep.
And the driver definitely has a little bit more control. They for sure got around that corner. The wave gods looked down upon them, and they got around that corner better than the first 2 boats that set out to qualify in Class 1. So take a little flyer there on the back stretch, heading up.
Just saw that.
Yeah, took a little flyer, and they trying to finish their lap up, and they got a good run going. And if anyone can set up a Class 1 boat, Billy Moore is one of the very best. There's the 11 X Insurance boat. Nick Buez, JJ Turk in the X Insurance owned and operated Class 1 team, X Insurance North as they like to call it. This boat just came back online. It's had a couple bad accidents. You see them take a flyer, a couple flyers there in the turn. Now we're back to the number 10 Victory X Insurance out-of-pocket racing boat. Definitely got a little better weight setup on that boat. That thing is not flying. It is just nose down and pounding through the waves so they can keep the propellers in the water and put the horsepower to work.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the next boats coming up is the new Monster, which was real fast in calm conditions in its debut, but and here we have the Discreet finishing their qualifying effort.
They're very close to our opening boat, GC Racing.
Okay,
Wait
we'll
to see the official time.
number is. Yep.
Yep, the Discreet Mystic exit in the course there, finishing up their lap.
So Discreet, just half a second in front. Now your top qualifying boat at 3:08:32. Here comes the X Insurance out-of-pocket racing team. Keeping the nose down here, catching a little bit of air in front of the fans, running westbound towards the lighthouse.
All SuperCat qualifiers need to depart the harbor and meet Pace Boat 1 just outside.
Yeah, this is one I'll be interested to see.
SuperCat qualifiers.
The boat has looked good. It's probably looked the best of the four.
Oh, it's got the best attitude,
Yeah.
in my opinion, the best weight distribution of having it right the first time around. But it's hard to tell. It's motoring right now. I can hear it now coming down the beach.
Yep.
And they're definitely on the hammers right now to try to finish their lap up strong. And just visually, it's the best attitude coming down the beach. Took a little flyer right there at the finish line.
Just looking at my watch, unofficially, they may have bested the time. Let's wait and see the official mark. But that was a very good run for the out-of-pocket X Insurance team.
Oh, yeah.
2:59:34.
Almost 10 seconds faster than everybody else.
Wow, what a nice run. Had that boat set up really well.
And that's what shows you that, having the attitude and getting the weight put in the right place. If all these boats have a lot of weight, they move around to try to adjust the attitude. And it being a true Class 1 setup, they have a little more gear ratios that they can change and have the right setup. But Billy Moore, my buddy Cracker, and Kevin Burrell there, they definitely laid down a heater of a lap there over 10 seconds faster than the next boat.
Now this boat's kind of an interesting hybrid because it's got the number 6s, but they're fixed and it still has the rudder.
Right, and they've done a lot with this boat over the years. It was a former Abu Dhabi Class 1 World Championship boat, but the guys in this boat, they've had a bunch of issues with it. They've had several accidents with it, and it's been repaired. So I would assume it's gained a lot of weight over the years as they've repaired it many times. So I'm sure they're just getting their feet wet and back in it for the first time since Cocoa Beach.
All right, we're watching the Monster Energy 40-foot skaters, a brand new boat
323.80.
that has raced very well in just splashing it. Tyler Miller getting with Peter Ledden of Skater and designing a Class 1 boat like the 388 Skater that he won a couple of SuperCat World Championships with.
Yeah, this one is just a hair under 40 feet.
Yeah, and they got that boat laid over really well, too. That thing is motoring right now, not popping up, not taking flyers, and they're coming down hot right now to start their lap of qualifying, and it just depends on how they get through this corner.
Well, with that low profile, it's not going to have the same windage as a taller boat, so that should be to their favor.
Well, guys, I mean, the 388 Skater dominant in SuperCat class for 10 years now, roughly, and a good rough water boat, and just a couple feet shorter than this one. So
yep, built just, they took a big flyer right there. They did a big one. Turning out, those skater boats, in my opinion, I'm a skater guy through and through, but they're the best built boats in the world. Just up the road here, about an hour from here in Douglas, Michigan, you drive by and you miss the place, but they build the best boats in the world right up there.
Looking at the Montlake Injury Attorneys Class 2 team, UIM World Championship Class 2. So SuperCats are also going out. Dirty Money had an issue at the pits, had an engine problem, but they got up and going and are motoring out. So
now
all these boats are qualifying for starts later today.
But where's Club Car Wash, the new Class 1 boat?
I saw it come out of the pits a few minutes ago. Then it must have turned back around. I don't know.
There was it 03. Was it 03 Super? Was it Class 1?
They
Might have-
haven't-
the 03
I
boat
think
might
they
have been
came
the
out and
Class
went back
1.
in, but
So 03 might have been the Club Car Wash.
yeah, it is. For
Yes.
sure it is.
Yes.
Montlake on screen there. They're coming out to start their Class 2 lap with Giovanni Carpatella and Logan Adon is the driver. Giovanni on the throttles, a renowned throttleman in himself, throttled many Class 1. They take a big flyer right as they set the boat at the middle buoy right there, which will hurt their time.
So these boats are the super cats of outboard racing. There's
There's
Car
Club
Wash.
Car Wash.
There's
They're
Club
out
Car
there
Wash.
They
on
are
course
out there.
already.
Yeah. So
All
they-
right.
initially, apparently, they did have some engine problems at the dock. They did shove up. Wasn't dirty money. It was Club Car Wash.
So this is Darren Nicholson, the driver from Australia. This is his first seat time in this boat. I don't even
Well,
know.
it's his boat.
It's his boat.
It's his
with,
boat. He
with
raced it at
dirty
Key West
money.
last year.
With,
It's his
with dirty
boat.
money's
First
boat.
time in the
dirty
boat
money, but
with,
like
Yeah.
Bill Pyburn in the boat.
2-3 years ago, it was his boat.
That's right.
Yes, no, it's still his boat, and they definitely have an issue. They're not.
Yeah.
They're definitely taking it easy coming down to the start line, and maybe they're just saving it to lay down a heater once they get to the start finish line. But they're definitely not running it at full steam down the beach right now.
Yeah, something's not looking the way you'd think they'd want it to look. Let's put it that
I
way.
think you'd want to come into the traps
Yeah.
faster than they're going right now, but they could have a plan, or they're not that worried about their qualifying time.
Well, in what looks to be pretty sloppy conditions out there, wash tub effect going on, this race over the full Class 1 race will be won out there on
Yeah,
the
they're
course.
going
Oh,
straight in.
100%.
Not necessarily your starting grid position.
Yeah, they're definitely having issues as they're not going to keep going. So
Whoa.
Monster's out there now, finishing up their lap, laid over really well and keeping the nose down.
They're going to be real close, but it looks like they're going to be short of the discrete team as the Club Car Wash does go back into the pits and will not lay down a run for qualifying speed.
And Monster's heading in as well after their lap. So now we're on to the factory stock class 2. Montlick Injury Attorneys also picked up Liqui-Moly as a sponsor, and they are a long-time sponsor at different motorsports through the years. And when he's not doing this, if you've heard about a new type of auto racing that's going on, Logan Adon is now part of Grid Life,
Is he now?
which is a festival-type motorsports event that appeals to kids closer to his age. But he's racing a BMW in that. We were talking about it the other day. And they have the races, and then they have a concert at night.
So Montlick's coming down to finish their qualifying lap there. Giovanni and Logan in the boat. The 39-foot Doug Wright.
This is the latest generation of the Doug Wright design in the Class 2 hull.
Yeah, I don't believe they've changed that ever since that model came out. There's a few of them out there. There's 2 of them on the course right now. You see the Good Boy Vodka new platinum entry just entering the course. Rob Lockyer and Christian McCauley in that boat. They are a brand new boat. They debuted it last week at St. Clair and had some teething issues. So
Yeah,
this
that
will
boat.
be their first full lap completed.
Yeah, they also had the Good Boy Party up at the Thousand Islands Charity Poker Run.
That was their debut for that boat. They had it on display at the poker run. And then here we see Montlick coming down to finish their lap. The boat's got a great attitude, coming straight down, nose down, and see where that puts them in the qualifying position.
Have you heard? I'm curious to see what the time was for Monster.
I mean, unofficially, I had them at 3:09.
So
6-3, so that would have put them at third or
Third.
fourth. I mean, but
Okay.
that's just me on a stopwatch, guys. I mean, definitely, there's Montlick laying down the first time, 3:44.47.
And there's the jackhammer team,
Yep.
Julian Maldonado and Reese Langham. Reese just got out of the Mystic that qualified first or second in
First,
the
yeah.
discrete boat in Class
Second,
1.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, you're
So,
right. The X
The
Insurance
number
out-of-pocket
42,
team. had-
Valor, 500 Mercury powered. Reese Langheim out of Illinois and Julian Maldonado from Manatee Marine down in Palmetto, Florida.
Co-owners of Manatee Marine. And the Valor Cat, And
They're taking some flyers coming down the beach right now. The swell's definitely getting bigger, and I expect to see times go up as the waves get bigger here and the conditions deteriorate for the day.
strong east wind that's coming across the beach here on the south end, expected to switch around to the northeast by tomorrow, maybe a little north by the end of the day, but less rain. We've got a little bit of a drizzle falling right now at the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix, Michigan City, Indiana, Race World Offshore APBA UIM event.
So that was the end of their, or are they just starting their lap?
It looks like they're just starting. They're
Okay.
Getting into the corner, and this is going to be the difficult part here as they're turning around here. Expect them to hit a set or a swell.
Yeah.
A lot of teams have. Some teams have gotten lucky and made it through without a swell. They got around the corner without finding the big one. There you see the 44 boat entering the course. Lake Wiley Racing's team. They got a new sponsor on that boat, and I apologize for not knowing
Smith Hauling.
Smith Hauling on board. Their initial debut. There you see they take a flyer in the middle of the corner and another one. So they found a set going around the corner, and Jackhammer was lucky he got through the corner without finding the waves.
On screen, we see finally for the first time at an APBA UIM event, Platinum Power Boats debuting. Good Boy Vaca, Elijah Kingery and Rob Lockyer.
No, I
that's
think this
Christian
is
McCauley.
Is it Christian McCauley?
Is driving. Rob Locklear is the owner, and he's on the throttles. Brand new, platinum built. Scott Grants and Edwin Shear, legendary offshore racer Edwin Shear, partial owner in the company there. So,
yeah, so Christian McCauley and Rob Lockyer, the 428 skater built by Edwin Shear and the Scott Grant Platinum Power Boats.
yeah, Scott Grant and Edwin Shear go way back to the Motion days when Edwin owned Motion Power Boats, and then Edwin came back to racing a few years ago in this factory stock class, and he had a Doug Wright called Hank's Hair of the Dog Saloon down in Key West, and then Scott and Edwin got together and tooled up this brand new boat called the Platinum, and the pleasure boat's gotten rave reviews for its fit, finish, and styling, and this is their very first shot at a race boat out here.
And their old boat, the one that Edwin raced, is the Smith Hauling boat.
Right.
Yeah, this boat is the longest boat in the Class 2 field.
Yeah, so that might actually help them today. And in these conditions, they took a couple big hits there around the turn. The waves didn't work out for them. So, and it's being their first time in the boat too. First, I was talking to Rob last night, and they haven't gotten a lot of time in the boat. There you see Jackhammer down on the course during their qualifying effort, having an issue.
That's on the far end of the course.
That's going to be detrimental to their time, obviously.
Again, you got to wonder at some point, even back at the dock, we talked about it, the qualifying may not play inside lane, being outside might not play a huge part in how you fare in racing today. It's going to be a slog out there.
Oh, 100%. The qualifying today, some guys probably, I wouldn't be surprised if some super stocks don't go out at all. But yeah, it won't be, if it's this rough, it won't be an issue with most of the stuff. With most of the race itself, qualifying won't be as detrimental as it can be at this race site. When it's flat calm, the inside lanes definitely are a huge advantage.
So Montlick Injury holding the only qualifying time at this point. Here's comes Smith Hauling.
So maybe not Montlick, but I wonder if Jackhammer had a Guardian, because it looks like there's a boat up and running again coming down behind Smith Hauling.
Yeah, no telling what could have gone down. Smith Hauling, these guys out of South Carolina, the former Lake Wiley Racing boat.
Joe Spaloric, Garrett Coonrod.
Their first year, finishing up their first year in racing here, and they're just trying to get it around the course. They took a wild ride at the New Orleans event earlier this year that I'm sure a lot of people saw, but they've jumped right back on the horse, and they're finishing up their lap running strong right now for sure.
Yeah.
Coming down the beach, putting on a little show for the fans.
I've got about 20 seconds off the pace of Montlick Injury attorneys. We'll see what the official score is. Looks like we have.
And now our first Super Cat Wicked with Jackson, Chase, Muller in the 40 motion starting their qualifying lap.
I think that this is their kind of water. They like it when it's rough.
Oh, they definitely, they got a bigger boat, and when it slows down the top guys a little bit, they have a little better shot at qualifying better. But these boys grew up around racing and watched their father, and I've known both of them since they were small children, so they're men now and doing a great job, and they're hardcore racers, these guys. They also race little Class 7 boats, so like their dad, Jay, all they want to do is go racing, whether it be boats or motocross or whatever. They're out there to go racing, and
good look.
I'm sure they got a big smile on their face the rougher it gets.
Yeah, good look. Christian McCauley and Rob Lockyer in the Good Boy Vodka 428 Platinum in Class 2 UIM World Championship Racing here on qualifying for today's Class 2 race later today. This is for lane positions at the start. Roughing up pretty good as a strong east wind blows upwards of 15 miles an hour. It's unrelenting. Not too much of a gust to it, just blowing pretty strong. Still a light rain falling here in Michigan City, Indiana, as Good Boy Vodka comes through.
I just got a random text, an update from another competitor that said from the video that they looked at, it looked like Jackhammer may have broken an engine mount on the port side. Hard to confirm that at this point, but it was it's trustworthy. They're up and running now, like they're moving, but they're definitely not in full song.
The Valor Cat out of Manatee Marine Unlimited. Business partners Julia Maldonado and Reese Langheim. So you see Good Boy Vodka at 4:02. They're on third in the grid, third fastest time. Smith Hauling, Lake Wiley Racing, 3:46.02, just a couple of seconds. So on my stopwatch, I had them a little bit slower, but nice run for Coonrod and Spaloric.
Yeah, that's a good time for those guys. They got around the course really well to be that right on the Montlake team. Two very similar boats.
Yeah.
Jackhammer, it seems like they're running okay. Definitely not full speed, but I would say they didn't break a motor mount at that point if they're still running as hard as they are.
Get a look at
both motors look to be oriented properly.
Yeah, they do. So maybe they had a trim issue. One got trimmed out or trimmed up, down, whatever. But they're coming in, and they knew they weren't going to have a good time. There's the Wicked boat getting around the corner, coming down the beach now to finish up their Super Cat qualifying effort. Good.
Looking at the qualifying Class 2 results with Mottlick a couple of seconds ahead of Smith Hauling. Boy Vodka third on the grid at this point at 4:02. At this point, Jackhammer going to have at 7 minutes. They, of course, were sitting dead in the water on the east end of the course for quite a while. Still waiting the Monster Energy Hertz team and Sayles 21 to come out in Class 2. And we're watching Wicked, Chase and Jax Muller finishing up their run.
I see the Wicked boat finishing up here. Lakeside Construction's one of the big sponsors with those guys on board there, JEM companies. Wicked finishing up, and the 77 boats entering the course. Super Cat EWB out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, entering the course on the back side now. The smallest Super Cat 368 skater, Kelly Crass's entry, and then right behind them is the Great L, the 54, with Jay Muller and Chris Grant. And coming down the beach now, the
CR Racing
number 08, CR Racing Rob Understall and Casey Boaz, and the Sterling powered 388 skater. These guys always run hard. Casey does a great job in the rough water, whether it be in a super stock boat or the big Super Cat. They'll get this boat around very well in Super Cat.
So Wicked, the first team to lay down a number in Super Cat at 3:44.78.
there's guys out there now. See, entering the course that some of these guys are doing double duty and throttling second and third boat, so they definitely have a lay of the land getting on the course, and I'm sure making some adjustments to each boat they get in. As you see, CR Racing getting ready to start on their out lap, getting ready to start their qualifying position effort. Coming down the finish line, the boat's rolled over nice. Got a good attitude to see.
Yeah, now they're picking it up.
Very difficult to see how they'll get around this turn with the conditions.
This is like starting a kilo. You want to hit it right when you start it rather than coming in. So that was good, but let's see how they do on the turn.
It's difficult when you get in here and the initial turn is as rough as it can be right now. So far, they've gotten around really good. There's a good flyer.
Pretty good flyer, yeah.
There's obviously swell into that corner and through the corner after you exit the second buoy heading towards the third. Big flyer right there.
But good attitude, though.
You can see a big swell. I won't say huge, but you're losing part of the boat as they go through there, so you can tell that they're in between the waves in the trough, and then they're looking for the next chop of that's really going to slow them down. Not so much the trough, but the chop on top that makes them lose their forward momentum.
Veteran team, raced for a couple of Superstock World Championships towards the end of the previous decade. Great buds and having a great season. CR Racing, and here comes EWB Racing.
Yeah, the former desert racers. Had breakfast with them this morning, and they were Class 1 buggy racers out in the desert for years, and they said they got into this because this was easier on them.
Well, they had several big skater pleasure boats, very fast boats.
Yep.
And they're great guys and great competitors. And
the only Teague powered boat.
Yeah.
That is the former Amsoil boat that Bob Teague raced with Paul Whittier many years ago. But these guys have they had some big power in it for a while, doing some shootout stuff. But
and
now
see
we've got Graydell coming
Graydell
in.
right with them. I guess these guys probably started a little too close for comfort for this being qualifying. They should have spread out a little bit further than they are right now. Graydell definitely with a little bit bigger boat, 2 foot bigger, but you can see, and Jay Muller's in a Graydell boat, so he's had two already been on the course in the WHM, so he knows what he's got to deal with out here.
388 versus a 368.
Definitely a big advantage there. EWB really holding their inside line, surprisingly. I thought they would go through their wake right there, but not optimum for both these teams to be that close during their qualifying effort.
No, and now watch Graydell stretch out on them too.
Right. You know, there's How to Live. They did get some of their problems fixed. These guys had teething pains with motors. I know they've had motors in and out of the How to Live boat all weekend long.
And here's Billy Moore in Digging Deep, back to How to Live.
Yep.
Yeah, they had a bad batch of pistons, I guess, in some of the engines that they just built at Sterling.
Yep.
And, you know,
they definitely took the wide way around that first turn there.
Yep.
Cade Wilson, the driver there, his first year in racing, and Mike Howell with tons of pleasure boat experience, but also his second season in racing, really.
Now
he started in Key West, but here we're on Digging Deep now, the S28. The second super stock boat to enter the course. Again, this is Billy Moore, who set the fastest Pro 1 qualifying and Class 1 qualifying.
With Andy Miller,
with
the
Andy
owner
Miller
on the
and
wheel.
his Phase 1, the former Phase 5 boat, Digging Deep. I'm sure Billy made some changes, moved some weight around in this thing to get the attitude, because that thing is nose down as it goes around the corner here. Look for it to take a set and get around the corner and hope they don't find the big one.
And here's CR finishing its Super Cat qualifying.
They appear to have maybe taken the fastest time. We'll
the
see
provisional
officially.
pole for now until the Super Cats finish up their qualifying. And
That was
see
a good
what
run for those guys.
Yeah, that boat runs well, and they can put down some fast laps. They've had some little bit of reliability issues, but they definitely are one of the fastest boats in the class. We're on Grade L at the north end of the course right now. You can see the boat dipping between the swells with the X-Insurance helicopter on top of them as they make their way around the second buoy at the far end, and they'll try to settle into a trough here to get a good run going for their qualifying effort.
Yeah, 328.70 for CR Racing. They are your #1 pole position qualifier. Wicked at 344. I'll tell you what, this Great L boat, another 388 skater, they got a good run going here.
They do. If they can, stay in the trough and find their way down this stretch, they'll lay down a time I'm sure comparable to what CR did. Jay Muller has been doing this for many years, competed. He knows the challenges of racing here in Michigan City on Lake Michigan. They got a good run going, and we'll see if they can continue their lap and stay clean. The boat's got a good attitude, noses down, not taking flyers, but now they're going the easy direction compared to running straight into the chop and the swell.
So then after we see what their number is, the wild card will be what's Dirty Money going to do in this class.
Correct. I mean, they always, Dirty Money does their homework. They finish they dot their T's, dot their I's, cross their T's, and always manage to hit a very, very good setup. And again, Bill Pyburn already went out. The team already has their data from their Class 1 boat, the Club Car Wash, even though they didn't get to make a really good lap, but they've already seen the conditions. And there you see Great L goes to the top of the leaderboard.
Yep.
By 4 seconds over the next boat with a great lap. EWB finishing up their qualifying lap now. See where that puts them.
Watching Mike Howe and Kate Sterling and How to Live.
Kate Wilson at the wheel there. Mike Howe running the throttles there. How to Live YouTube sensation. Mike Howe and his wife Sarah. Everybody loves checking on their latest updates and their crazy life between Maine and the Florida Keys and everywhere in between.
A lot of crazy issues getting those Sterling engines together, and really at the very end of the day, it was another last-minute problem we'll tell you about later in the Super Cat race.
Well, they run through and they put it in P4 for provisional fourth right now, 336.65 for the number 10 boat. But back on the screen now is the S28 digging deep. Andy Miller from New York with Billy Moore from North Carolina on the throttles. 32-foot Doug Wright. It's had several former lives, but Andy's owned it for a couple years and doing a great job with their team. Very professionally, well-organized team. Andy's wife, Alyssa, on top of things, keeping the boys in line there. So they got a good run going. Took a little flyer right there. Trying to find their way around and trying to finish up their lap strong. Definitely advantages. We saw Billy Moore lay a heater of a lap down in Class 1 with Kevin Burrell in the out-of-pocket boat.
But what's the mindset as you go from getting out of a boat twice the size of the one you're getting into in these conditions?
I would have rather done it the other way myself.
Yeah.
Because when I used to run my pleasure boat in bracket class and my race boat in super stock, it was very difficult to get out of the big boat and get into the little boat for myself. They finished up. They had a good run on the front stretch. Right behind them, should be coming on screen momentarily, the green boat, the Ray Marine boat.
Yep.
The S1, Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou entering their qualifying lap right now. There you go. We're on screen with Ray Marine right now. We'll see if they get around the corner without finding the big one right here to start a good start lap, out lap. There is a swell right at the buoy. Right at the buoy, they took a big one, and they're pretty far outside, it looks like. So, but Gary Ballou on the throttles, the veteran of super stock, the quintessential super stock guy. You know, the rougher the better for him, for sure.
And here's the smallest boat in the fleet. No, the second smallest. Hook is the smallest.
It's a 31-footer. It was built out of the same mold. It's just a little, it was nubbed down a little bit for what used to be the XCAT weight rules. So
and here we have the Greg Reichman, Dave Whalen, and the that's a 32 victory.
Correct. That's a full-size 32 big victory. Built last year for Superstock Racing, spared no expense, and put together a great team and a great program. It's just challenging conditions. They're hitting some big ones out there around the corner.
This boat's been fast this year. The Nuff Said, which is 32 Doug Wright.
Stephen Monez boat. Lewis Martin is the driver, and Nicky Imprescia is the throttle man, and they run very, very, very well. It looks like, to me, they have a lot of weight in the front of it right now, holding the nose down, trying to get around the course. And as you see, that it's just in these boats, and the super stock, as light as they are, at minimum weight of 4,900 pounds.
Yep.
It's easy to send these boats in the air, and the big wide tunnels that they have, the 53-inch tunnels, they take flyers really easy. To me, it looks like there's a bunch of weight in front of that boat. They're holding it down really well as they get around the corner, and this is the challenge of right now of teetering it on the edge of how hard do you want to run it in qualifying straight into the wind? Is there the wind and the waves right now going straight into it, knowing that it's going to be rougher tomorrow and qualifying position is not going to be as important on a course. As we go back to Ray Marine and the bigger, brand new 32-foot Doug Wright for Cole Leibel. Yeah, Victory, I'm sorry. Victory based out of Canada. Cole lives just outside of Toronto in Simcoe, Lake Simcoe, and you see them, they hit a big swell, nearly stuff it right there at the point, coming around the middle of the far turn. The Ray Marine team.
And he also has a marine business up there, Big East Marine.
Cole's got a lot of businesses going on. His Big East Construction, Big East Marine, and he's dabbling in businesses in Florida now. The family just he went to college in my hometown of Bradenton, Florida. He just bought a family house down there in Florida as well.
Watching qualifying here for today's races, later races for the X Insurance Grand Prix here in Michigan City, Indiana. Race World Offshore on the American Powerboat Association and UIM Union of International Moto Nautique Tour, looking at Ray Marine. You're listening to live coverage of the Race World Offshore Facebook page and YouTube channels, also X Insurance YouTube channel, and locally here in Michigan City and LaPorte County at 95.1 FM, 106.7 FM, and 1420 AM WIMS, and also on a local public assets channel here with LaPorte County. Thank you for joining us and watching these exciting races in their 17th year.
There you see Ray Marine coming down there. Got a great finish coming down, trying to finish their qualifying lap, and they've had a good run down the beach. It's been very friendly to them and kept it in the water pretty well. I'm sure they're trying to put it into a top qualifying position to get a good advantage in an inside lane as they finish up here. It looks really good. Got a great attitude. Looks like they got weight in a good spot. So.
Yep.
I'm sure they'll be pretty happy with that. See what it shows. And almost the same boat right here, another newer 32-foot Victory. They were built back to back. There you see, by 8 seconds, they put the Ray Marine on provisional pole right now, ahead of Diggin' Deep and the Hook team. But early qualifying efforts. We got two boats coming down now. The X Insurance Moxie S88. Trying to finish up their laps. I see them taking a couple hits, bigger hits right there down the beach. Slow them up a little bit, and they took a couple races off, and they're happy to have the X Insurance livery here at the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix again, as the X Insurance helicopter flies over top, finishing up their qualifying effort. And right behind them is the Wozencraft Jeremy Tashida entry 31-foot Victory.
Enough said, sponsored by the Hamilton Princess coming in.
Both those guys finished, yeah, the Enough Said boat coming down the beach, finishing up their effort. They really doesn't look like it's quite on the pace of the early boats that went out. It's going to be tough to beat that Ray Marine time, I would say.
Yeah.
Wozencraft slides into P2, provisional P2 right now. They had a good lap at 4:05, but still 6 seconds off of the next boat. Now it looks like the Hamilton Princess Enough Said boat is picking up the pace right towards the end of their run. So we'll see where that slides in there once they update the time. Yeah, it wasn't. It was a 4:16. They slide into P5 right now, provisional pole. P5. We're on the S74 now. The boys in the X Insurance Bad Decisions team, Owen Buez and Cameron Turk. The young guns, these guys have both come out of other boats, and they've done a great job. This was the former Ray Marine boat last year.
Yep.
They're entering their outlap. They just finished their outlap, entering the course for qualifying, and you can see they're going to take it easy as they enter. A little misguided judge there trying to get around the corner. They definitely let off, and they're going to have a hard start to their qualifying lap. And right behind them is the S55 Mommy and Happy, Scott Bloomberg and Tom Kennedy in there.
There we see Team Allen Lawn Care, a former two-time world champion in the Superstock class, now part of the UIM 4 APBA Superstock.
Yeah, the Bill Allen and Sabrina in the S17. Bill's another guy that thrives in this rough water. He
Yeah.
looks forward to this rough water. A newer boat with all the latest safety features. The boat got a little heavy once he added all this stuff, so it should be really good for him. He's another guy that really hits the setup well when it gets rough like this. See how he can get around this corner. You see the MCon Hurt Monster 500 class boat, the Class 2 boat entering the course for a late qualifying effort there for them. A little out of sequence out of the rest of the Factory 500
Yeah, and
UIM Class 2 boats.
Yeah,
and they're making dirty money wait until all the super stocks run, and so they're over there milling, probably champing at the bit.
I see the X Insurance Bad Decisions take a big flyer on the backstretch right there. They definitely got to get some weight, move some weight around in that thing, get it a little forward to get it to run a little smoother and be more manageable on the backstretch as they run into it.
They're running westbound.
Yeah.
Ryan, they're heading right into that
Yeah.
stiff east wind.
Yeah, even if you set it up to go down the beach, it's going to be difficult to get it head into the wind the way they're doing right now to get around the course safely in a good fashion.
And I guess, well, if you didn't guess already, we're outside. The city of Michigan City has built us a giant scaffolding. We didn't bank for rainy weather, but we kind of got it. And scoring and also broadcast is outside on the scaffolding. We're a couple of stories up. Scoring is above us. So we're going to be in the wind all weekend. And
it's a good gauge. It gives us a true vision to what the racers are seeing. As you see the X Insurance Bad Decisions boat making it around the far turn, and they've had a tough go with this qualifying effort right now. I think they missed the setup of what they were doing, or they're taking it easy. But they're definitely not going to put them around. They're having difficulty getting around the corner right there. You just saw them. It almost looks like they're slowing down the stop
Looks like
right
they're
there
on,
now. Yeah.
And they might have had a Guardian or something. Almost looked like
It'd be hard to put it in Guardian right now with this condition. There'd be no reason it would go in Guardian. As cold as this water temperature is here, when I found when I raced in the Great Lakes, the water temperature's so cold you could even raise the motors more here. So it'd be tough to put it into one of these into Guardian here, unless there was a glitch with wiring or something like that. It wouldn't be a water pressure or a temperature issue here.
I mean, you pointed to the fact these are the lightest national class boats. These are catamarans. Balance is huge. And
balance is everything.
Right?
Everything. And not being greedy with your propeller selection. I'll take that line from my Australian friends, is don't be greedy with your propeller selection, because you're not going to see the last miles an hour on a course like this. And this is just qualifying. Definitely not tomorrow. I would assume all of these guys put the smallest propeller they had in their arsenal on their boats to get around for qualifying today. There you see the Hurt Monster Energy MCon team coming around the finish. They're going to be finishing up their qualifying effort in the Class 2 boat.
And off-screen, Dirty Money is just starting its warm-up lap.
This boat is new.
Brand new MTI they
Yep.
just built for the Factory 500 boat. And those boats are a challenge as well. I ran one for a couple races, and unfortunately we crashed it with the HBS team in Lake of the Ozarks, and these boats in this class are so fast and so light and have a huge tunnel that they are a very challenging boat to run. They run unbelievable speeds, but they're challenging to run in that class. Right behind them, the X Insurance Bad Decisions team finishing up their lap, and right behind those guys is the Mom Ain't Happy S55 team based out of Illinois and Iowa, just across the border here. So three of them coming across, and back on screen now, Sabrina Kowaliak and Bill Allen in the S17 Team Allen Lawn Care boat. I expect a good time out of these guys. It's guy and lady as they finish up their effort. The boat's got a great attitude. Maybe doesn't look like it's fast. They got a good run going now as I look up off the screen. In real time, the thing's running really well. He's definitely laying it down to try to finish his lap strong right now as they're about to come across the finish line. Interested to see where the S17, they don't end up top. They're way down the list at P7. The S55, no, S17's in 6, S55's in 7, 74 is in 8th, the S11's in 9th. On screen now has been the boat of the season thus far in the super stock class at all the races they've gone to. These guys out of Bermuda have been good in any condition, done their homework. The GL Construction Team Bermuda team, David Selly and Stephen Bridges and all their crew from Bermuda made the Bermudans very proud. Both Bermuda teams, of course, do. But these guys have set the pace all season long. And you can see them with a great attitude, even bow up a little bit as they finish their lap. I expect them to be near the top as they finish up. See how that's they're just starting their lap, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
They're going out.
And just behind them is Celsius.
Just behind
Jay
them,
Muller.
Celsius. Jay Muller's in his third boat of the morning here for qualifying, so he definitely knows the conditions he's facing.
Say
And Chris
less.
Hopgood was also in the WHM with him.
Say Less just finished up its, or are they just starting too?
They're just starting
They're just
as well.
starting as well. So,
So we got a slew of super stock boats out here.
yeah, this is the last three. And
There's Dirty
here's
Money.
Dirty Money, 388 skater, Bill Piper and Britt Lilly getting ready to start their qualifying lap. So they could up on everything in Supercat.
And here they come.
Yeah, they got that boat has a great attitude as it enters. Comes out of its out lap and got a great attitude as it enters the course. Britt Lilly on the wheel, Bill Pyburn on the throttles,
There you
making
see
their
them.
way around the corner.
Looking at
Here's
the
the Langston brothers.
Big flyer as they exit the turn. Two big flyers. Definitely slow them down. They've already got an issue. Dirty Money is not going to set the fast lap here.
No, they're not.
They take two flyers and hit hard and slow down just for a second as they exit the turn one. Now we're on to GL Construction in the S25, Doug Wright, Team Bermuda, Stephen Bridges, David Selly on the wheel. They've, like I said, you can't say anything more about the season they've had. They've done a great job in any condition.
Finished first in qualifying every race, pretty much.
They did a lot of bottom work. Scott Porte and his crew of
Yep.
Porter Products did an amazing job on the bottom of that thing. They've got it to turn really, really well. And actually, that team is that's the former CR Racing boat that won many races in super stock class for those guys. And these guys have turned it up a notch all year long in any condition.
Well, it's not a new team. They've been around for a few years.
Oh,
so
and they
got a
ran
lot.
boats in.
Yep.
They ran boats together against each other in Bermuda.
Right.
Multi-time round the island champions in Bermuda. They were one around the island last year in a 24 skater for Aaron Sims that's currently for sale in Bermuda.
So a tremendous amount of experience
Yeah.
in this cockpit and camaraderie. And
Yeah, for
teamwork.
sure.
Yeah.
The one thing that Bermudan teams aren't lacking is camaraderie. You go to any race, and usually they're together, and they have a huge following of fans and teammates. And on all of social media, even on our Superstock Racing Group page, the largest contingent of fans and comments and likes all come from Bermuda. It's amazing the following that they have.
Had some trouble keeping the boat stuck to the water as they turn south on the west end. And now heading back down the beach, but you can see they get it to running level here once again. We'll see how their time is. Team Bermuda chasing for that one spot on the grid. But right now, Ray Marine holds the fastest time.
Yeah, it's hard to beat. The Ray Marine team thrives on water like this,
Yep.
especially Gary Blue. They got a new boat. They've had teething problems with it all year long, and they laid down a heck of a lap in qualifying to put them on the provisional pole. And if there's one team that could knock them off, it looks to be the GL Construction S25 team, as they have all year long had a great effort. The boat has a good attitude, like I said. It's a little bow up. They're not afraid. It's pretty flat when it flies like that one. As they come down to finish up their lap, they're trying to stay in the trough and not hit the chop on top so they can keep the throttle down and finish with a strong lap near the top of the field to have a somewhat of an inside lane on the start.
Yeah, because there's enough boats in Superstock here that the lanes are going to make a difference, don't you think?
Well, there's 13 boats here, and so they are going to do the 2 lanes starting. There will be a commitment buoy at the far start. The Superstock boats will start on the outside, heading north and east.
Yeah.
There you see Celsius finishing up its lap.
They're having a good run.
Yeah, they got a good run. Dirty Money's right behind them doing their Super Cat run. So we'll see where Celsius and the S25 finish up here once the update the times here.
So
S25's down in 5th place. So they didn't have the best qualifying effort they've had all year. They were just over 1 second off the X Insurance Moxie. X Insurance Moxie put in a great lap for their qualifying time.
did. Heading back into the pits, Dirty Money slammed pretty hard as they turned on the east leg to begin their qualifying run and to reset things.
The last boat on the course right now is the HBS Motorsports team, Sloan Langston and his brother Hampton Langston. I was lucky enough to get to run this boat with Sloan earlier in the season, and now him and his brother have gotten in the boat together. You see they're taking some flyers right there in these rough conditions. They just swapped the motors on this boat to the newer 15-inch motors, and this was probably the very first time they've been in the boat since they put these motors on the boat. So they're learning as they go along. Sloan's a eager 16-year-old rookie doing a great job. Big flyer right there. That's going to slow them down just a little bit. Hampton, his older brother, on the wheel. He's 31 or just turned 32, I think. As they come across the finish line to finish up their qualifying effort.
And that should wrap up qualifying. And it looks like we've already got boats for the first race. The bracket boats coming right out. So the officials are keeping it moving.
Yep. We see our camera at the pits at the lighthouse. Boats coming out around the point there here on the. We'll see the Class 1 qualifying, and it was Out of Pocket Racing, X Insurance, the 259.34 taking the pole position. Discreet Offshore Racing will be in lane 2. Marine Technologies 3. Monster Energy Imcon in lane 4. Team X Insurance 323.83 in lane 5. WHM Motorsports in 6th, and not getting out for a qualifying lap was Club Car Wash. They will be on the outside lane in number 7. Now Class 2 qualifying, team Motley Injury Attorneys will have the pole position. Smith Hauling, Lake Wiley Racing at 346 will be in lane 2. Monster Energy Imcon in lane 3 at 359. The Good Boy Vodka team will have lane 4. And Jackhammer, of course, having some issues, fell off the pace. Sayles will be in lane 6. And now our Super Cat qualifying will have the CJ Grant Racing Team. The Great L boys had the fastest qualifying lap in Super Cat at 3:24.46. CR Racing will take lane 2, just 4 seconds off their pace. Dirty Money Racing, they have them at 3:34, will be in lane 3. EWB Racing 3:36.56. How to Live at 3:36 will have lane 5, and Wicked will take up lane number 6 at 3:44. There's your super stock leaders. Ray Marine had the fastest time of the day in qualifying. They'll be your pole sitter at 3:59.08. Wilson-Craft at 4:05 will have lane 2. Digging Deep in 3rd. X Insurance Moxie in lane 4. Celsius in lane 5, and Team Bermuda GL Racing in lane 6. And it's enough said. Team Allied Lawn Care 7, 8, 9, and 10. Mom Ain't Happy and Bad Decisions X Insurance lane 10. Finishing out the grid will be the HBS Motorsports team in lane 11. Hook Racing powered by ProFlex Flooring in lane 12, and Sayles will take the outside lane in 13.
And Sayles, for some reason, had issues out there and didn't get out for either qualifying effort in either boat. I'm not sure what happened there. I just saw a picture. Somebody texted me of the Sayles boat having the S21 having issues somewhere, like they might have had a little damage to the boat.
Live coverage of the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix continues. We have our first bracket class boats coming out. It'll be Class 2 and 3, 4 and 5 starting here. Racing throughout the day, we'll have Class 2, Super Stock, the Super Cat, Super Vs, Class 1 teams will all be racing, as well as Mod Vs. A lot of ceremonies going on to officially start the races. And you're listening to live coverage here at the Race World Offshore's Facebook page, YouTube channels, as well as X Insurance YouTube of this race. 2 days of racing. We'll be back with more coming up tomorrow. We'll take a quick break and come back with start of racing here in Michigan City, Indiana.
Stop at Sunoco. Go with confidence.
Enjoy the fabulous feel of fuel power. Video game move off into turn 3.
At Sunoco Race Fuels, we started blending our first high-octane fuel in 1950. And since then, we've become leaders in the industry, helping drivers become leaders on the track.
On a 500 winner.
Today, we sit at the front of the pack with partnerships of more than 40 different racing bodies, including 20 years of fueling NASCAR.
A Chastain past Hamlin.
But a true leader never rests on their laurels. Now's the time to remind the racing world who we are and embrace what it truly means to take the lead.
36, get to the back bumper of the 4 and give him a big push.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
From the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix, live coverage of the races from Race World Offshore's Facebook page and YouTube channels. And National Anthem playing right now. We go to Darcel McCoy. Darcel McCoy from LaPorte, singing all of his life here in the Michigan City, LaPorte County area. Security specialist from the city of LaPorte, father of twins. Great job there, and no better time than to salute our veterans and the men and women serving for us in armed forces that keep us safe and free. Todd Swafford back with Ryan Beckley and Eric Colby as we get set for bracket class racing here. We have the qualifying, a lot of excitement already. It's a windy, kind of rainy day, although the rain has let up. It is a threat for the rest of the afternoon and beyond racing. We have the amazing boat parade and then the Google Street Party that goes on starting at 4:30 this afternoon. So a lot to happen here in the northern Indiana city of Michigan City for these exciting races. But it's bracket class racing up next here as we continue on this first day of the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. Wind continuing to blow very strong out of the east, and the forecast over the next day or so is more rain today in different junctures all the way through the evening, but supposed to taper off by tomorrow morning, when by race time we're expecting it to be clear, partly cloudy most of the day, but the wind is going to start switching around to the east northeast and maybe even a little bit of north by late in the afternoon. We'll hope for that north to happen maybe in the evening tomorrow. The course is already chopping up very good. The wash tub effect is in full effect here as we get ready for bracket class racing, Eric and Ryan.
Yeah, we've got OC Racing with Joey Oliveira and Billy Glick running unopposed in 200. Billy Shipley and Chad Woody and Team Woody are racing against the Herbots in Class 300. Class 400, we've got Jake Coons and Jason Zalecki and Simmons Marine The boys from the UK, Team 07, got their boat repaired and are back out racing here.
They got a new boat.
They got a new boat? It's a new Phantom?
It's a new to them Phantom. It's not
okay.
It's not the boat repaired.
Okay, good to know. Jerry Hartman and John Izzetti, X-Insurance. Zacho and Austin Blocker in Killing It. Jason Saris, Johnny Saris, and Navigator Vern French in Saris Racing Engines. And that's it for Class 4. Class 5, we've got Gavin Jafarian, and the boat is a 30-foot superboat, Tough Noogies. I can't remember the gentleman's name from Supreme Marine.
Matt Reska.
Matt Reska, thank you. And then we've got the birthday boy, Fran Velitato and Tom Crowley and the 26 Scarab Run Runners. EBE Racing is the former Manta that you ran with New Power.
28-foot Manta, run out of a group of guys from Boston area.
Massachusetts, yep. Pump It has a rookie driver, so they'll be starting 100 yards behind. Back in action, the 30-foot Phantom. And then Fuel One team, the 29-foot Warlock. And Jackhammer with Connor Langheim is back in class. Do you know who's in the boat with him? Is it
Connor
Ricardo?
Toomey is. Connor Toomey is in the boat with him, throttling.
Connor Toomey, okay. And then Pantera Mike is the 24 skater.
Right, but he's sitting right there and hasn't made it to the race course yet. He's just off our shore right now and having some sort of
I
issue.
saw them take off and start heading down to the milling area, but now they're...
Now they're pointing in the right direction, and looks like they're going to get it up and going. They just got this boat completed. It's been a long, arduous process between them and Lily Sport Boats.
Yeah.
They put a canopy off a LSB on a older 24 skater. And this boat previously was a triple outboard 24 skater, and now it's a single outboard 24 skater. So she's had quite the life. It's a 1986 built 24, but now they're getting off on plane now, so hopefully they'll get up and get going down to the milling area.
So suffice to say, Mike McColgan likes projects.
He does. I mean, his Pantera was a lifelong project, and I got a special place in my heart for those 28 Panteras, as that was the first boat that I ever raced in myself, was a twin big block 28 Pantera called Opa, based out of the Detroit area.
Yeah, so we've got the, I haven't seen smoke yet, unless we missed it.
Oh, well, it'd be easy for it to blow away, and it's hard to see
it'll
that
blow
far,
away so fast.
So far down here.
But we've got the red flag still up on the pace boat while the boats mill. Winds are still up. We're getting a break from the precipitation right now.
They're not getting any better, and as you look down the beach, and the first time I've turned around and not looked at the screen, it's definitely chopping up at the northeast end of the course. We have legendary hometown hero Paul Kimmel up here taking photos with us. It's great to see Paul. I get to see him about once a year up here in Michigan City, and Paul's a long-standing member of the local community and supported this event all 17 years.
Paul and I got our starts in unlimited hydroplanes back in the 80s when I was at Soundings.
Yeah, okay.
We used to see each other at Evansville and Thunder on the Ohio every year.
I love to see all Paul's photos in Propeller every month of his vintage photos, bringing the history back of the sport, stuff like that, including the early days of offshore racing when they did it up the road in Saugatuck and places like that. Saugatuck and just north of there, several places, Muskegon and other places, Traverse City.
Well, when
Grand Haven is the one I was looking for, and I couldn't spit it out.
When you talk about the vintage boats, they had a little bit of a vintage oops last weekend in Tri-Cities.
Sadly,
the Pay and Pack and the Squire Shop
smashed together two boats in a vintage exhibition somehow. And the conditions are getting worse as it goes here. There's definitely rain to the north and east of us right now, so hopefully they'll get this race started as quick as they can. I think we're waiting on a helicopter right now to get going again. Well, we got one out there.
Yeah.
And so we should have the X-Insurance video and plus the Angel One helicopter.
Yeah, and that's the thing. People say, oh, it's an offshore race. It must be, you know, they should be able to run in this, but it's not just about the race boats.
Yeah,
you have to be able to fly the helicopters.
Now, I see the second chopper, so we have two choppers. I think we should be able to get going racing here momentarily.
But if the FAA says, no, you guys can't go, there's no race. You can't, you know, they're not going to race without having the Angel helicopters, the medical helicopters in the air. and sometimes it's out of our hands.
Right.
You're listening to the Maximum Inflation live stream. The new Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit by Maximum Inflation is the only U.S.-made valve that uses CO2 cartridges for your side-by-side motorcycle or ATV. Your machine got you there. The Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit gets you home. Leland Stanford of Maximum Inflation is also our official starter, and he is on the start boat. We'll be listening in to Leland as he lines these boats up and gets them set to go. One of the most difficult things to do in this sport is to start a race, Ryan, to line the boats up, especially when you get into grids where they're like in super stock 10 to 15 deep.
Oh, for sure, and half the battle in offshore racing is making it to the start line. So, and it gets a bit hectic after qualifying, and these boats all drew for cards for their lanes today. You see Mike Pantera, Mike's new 24 skater coming down there. You can see it with the flashing light on top to meet new UIM specs. So they made it to the milling area. But yeah, I was fortunate enough to help Race World last year here and start some of these races in Michigan City last year in the cigarette pace boat. But that was in much better conditions than what we have today. It was easy today. So being a flagman or a pace boat driver in rough conditions like this would be
or even a turn boat where you're just sitting there bobbing all day.
Huge challenge in itself.
And then the other thing too is the competitors are going to have to keep an eye on the start boat, because the officials may say, okay, it's just getting too much, and they might shorten it midway through the race.
Yeah.
They might cut because the laps are supposed to be 8 and 7, but they might say, no, you know what, you guys are taking too much of a pounding. We're gonna cut the laps short. So lots of variables with this with the weather, but that's part of racing in the elements, right?
It's offshore racing, where we used to race 50. They'd race from here to Chicago and back in the olden days, and now we're not very spectator friendly. But it was a battle of endurance. Where now we're racing up and down the beach on a 5-mile course, but it's much more spectator friendly for all the fans to see the boats go around multiple times.
My first race in 1991 was in San Francisco. We started near Alcatraz. We went out under the Golden Gate Bridge. But then we went out to a turn boat, and it had a helium-filled blimp tied to the bow rail so you could see it, because the boat was getting lost in the waves.
Yeah.
So that
huge conditions. What do they call that area just under the bridge? Is that the potato patch?
Yep, the potato patch.
I remember reading your articles in Powerboat magazine about the racing out San Francisco. One of the most famous pictures I remember racing in San Francisco. There's a really great picture of my good friends from the special edition team racing under the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yep.
And another great one that I have a poster of it at home is the Thoroughbred boat of Edwin Shear in his 38 Cougar racing under the Golden Gate Bridge.
All right, looks like we're getting the first start framed up here. Yellow flag is up on the pace boat. They're going to get them going.
We're going to soon to be hearing from Leland Stanford, the official starter. They've got the yellow flag up. They're going to be trying to line these boats up and get them lined up evenly to throw a green flag and start.
It should be. This is the easiest part of the course for these guys once they get going and coming down the beach in the trough.
Yeah, your first start is 200, class 300, and class 400. Then your second start is class 500. So they're using 2 pace boats, and they'll get the first start going and try to get the second one, because this end of the course where we are, which would be the west,
south and west, yes.
South and west looks pretty good.
Yeah, but they're once again, these mostly are all V bottoms, other than 2 Cat 300s. They're going to enter that turn, and then they're going to get a rude awakening at the second buoy. There's the S21 getting towed in.
Is that the
Eric,
that's the
that's the class 2 boat,
camera.
right?
That's the
bigger boat.
No, that's the super stock boat, I believe.
Well, it looks very
low
in the rear end.
Yeah.
So there must be some water issues, taking on water there, that they're going to try to get it in quick.
Going to hold
That's
that boat or until they get this race started? They're so
They
close.
might hold the start, because if that boat's taking on water, they don't want to stop and have it keep taking on. They want to keep it moving.
No, the pace boat's on plane now.
Okay,
Yellow
here we
flag
go.
is up. We're coming up. Looks like they're going to start this race, the class 2s and 3s and 4s.
Okay, we're going to listen into race control here and the start of this race.
Yellow flag still out.
Burbot Racing on the inside. Team Woody should come into the picture pretty quick.
I need you to expedite across the course now.
Yep, crossing now. I'm going as fast as I can with it.
I think what they're doing is they're holding the start until the boat under tow that you can't see right now is clear of the course, which should be any moment. Just passing the middle buoy of the western turn.
Class 200.
And
class
now we got a green flag.
Green flag. The race is on. The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix, Class 200, 300, and 400 underway here.
Class 400, Saris Racing had the pole position for that class, but right next to them is Simmons Marine, which is 4 feet longer, so that could be an advantage in these conditions. But the Sarises are very good in rough water, so let's see how it plays out. They still got to get to the first turn and have to hold their lanes through that turn, correct?
They're coming down now. It looks like the X Insurance boat, the Jerry Hartman Racing boat, might have a little bit of a lead right now as they head. It's also one of the smaller boats in the class.
So
right next to them is the Saris boat,
Yep.
and all the way on the inside. But now the X Insurance Jerry Hartman 409 entry, they are got a commanding lead heading into the turn. Saris on their tail, Simmons Marine behind them. Closest to the beach, the orange boat is the Team Woody Racing boat, but Hartman with a great start heading into
Now that
turn
has
one.
that has Speed Marine power, I believe.
That I'm not sure of. As they head
So,
into the
yep.
corner, everybody's trying to find their way around. This is where they're gonna meet the waves and the swell as they enter
Yep.
the corner.
Looking back.
And here's
at
your
the-
Class 5 start.
Yep, Class 500 start underway.
With
So our
Tough
first
Nookies in lane 1, Rum Runners in lane 2, the Warlock Fuel 1 team in lane 3. Back in action looks like in lane 4, but Rum Runners is Fran Bellatato, Tom Crowley, and Fuel 1 team is the Marauders, I believe, right?
I'm not positive.
I'm not positive
Usually
who's
it's
in there today.
it's the father and son,
Yeah.
Damon and Damon Jr. Tough Noogies has got the inside line, and Fran and Tom Crowley are in lane 2, it looks like, as they head our way here. In the smallest boat in the Class 5 boat, but they run very, very well.
bracket class racing underway. We are dealing with the conditions here ourselves from our broadcasting position in the open, and just a lot of wind right now coming out of the east. You're watching bracketed class boats, some of them open cockpit and some of them canopied, all V-bottoms, and running in different brackets, which means they have a speed limit they must maintain. I think maintaining a speed limit is going to be a little bit easier today than in a lot of races.
It's going to be a little deceiving. In the trough run in this direction, they can do it really well. You
Well,
see Tough Noogie's got
Yeah.
the inside line. That's preferable to what they're doing as they head around this corner especially. But right now, when they get to this second buoy, is where they're going to hit their big one and find the wave condition for the day. But Matt Reska and Gavin Jeffrey, they
Whoa.
take the flyer like 1 second out of the corner. They take it, carve hard, head back to the second turn buoy, and begin their first lap.
Those
in
30-foot
the
super
lead.
boats are good in rough water, though.
Legendary in conditions like this especially, and they are charging hard and pulling away already. The 26 Larry Smith Scarab of Rum Runners in second, and right now the Fuel 1 Racing team is in third in Class 5, but they're quickly coming back up
Here's the
alongside of the...
Here's the Cat 300 boats. The white boat on the left side of the screen is the new boat, the 24 skater. Inside is the that's the Swedish built, or no, it's a hydrolift, right?
No, it's an Argo.
Argo, it's an Argo.
It's an Argo
That
with a
they put
skater
the canopy
That's
on.
the funny thing, is it's an Argo with a skater canopy competing against a skater with an LSB canopy on it.
Yep.
So, but they both just found the wind and the wave in
Yep.
the first turn. And the guys in the
But the Argos,
inside both the C77, Mike, Pantera Mike and Jason, this is their first race in that boat. They're both V-bottom guys, so they got a lot to learn. I hope they put a bunch of weight in the front of that thing and moved it all forward. That's what they need to do today. And then be smart and confident. Also in the orange boat, that's a new team, Connor and Connor in that boat. Medium Connor and Big Connor, as I call them. There we go. We're on screen with the Cat 300s right now. The C77 out front. the 24, brand new LSB 24 skater for Pantera, Mike and Jason. And then just behind them, taking a huge, just stuffed it. We have an accident on the course out there.
Yep.
The second boat just stuffed.
Straight across from
Yep,
the
straight
start-finish
across.
line.
The boat is upside down.
Upside down.
Yep.
Yep. It's one
We're
of the
likely to
it's
get
one
a
of the
red
Cat
flag
300s.
here.
These are canopied catamarans. So the pilots are inside the canopy. They are.
Red flag is out. We're going to stop this race.
We're going to have a red flag for sure.
Red flag is out. Stop the race, and we're going to send all the safety assets out to them. Connor Toomey and Connor Langheim in that Argo Cat went over on the backstretch. I can see one head pop out of it already from here. I don't have binoculars. They have a tunnel escape hatch in that boat, so they both would go out that direction. I can see at least one person out already.
Safety crews are assembling on the boat right now. We'll let that play out, and keep you informed as we find out information. Looks like we have both out. The safety boat is there.
All right, we've got a camera on them now.
Yep, see 2 helmets.
Yeah, we got 2 helmets finally. I'm glad to see that. It making me nervous there for a second. Connor Toomey and Connor Langheim, they just got this boat back together and they ran it for the first time yesterday. So I'm glad to see them both pop out. I raced a couple years ago with Connor. He's a very good friend of mine. He drove in the Superstock class with me, and he's got a 32 Doug Wright that is very well versed in these boats, but these challenging conditions in the first time in a boat like that.
Right, and for those maybe not familiar with offshore lakes, so many of our veteran viewers, this is a canopy boat. There's a hatch on the tunnel, and they can exit out of it on to safety. It looked like one of the guys might have went back into the boat to secure something. That's why we didn't see him for a while.
Right, and they have air systems in these boats too. So when you go over, if the water's coming in, you immediately put an air regulator, a dive regulator in your mouth so you can breathe unobstructed. And that's what they train us. The SSR rescue team trains us all repeatedly, multiple times a year, of how to do it, how to extricate yourself using the brace method, and to get out safely and to help your partner in the boat to get out. You can clearly see they're both up and moving around in that boat right there. The Jackhammer C22 entry in the Cat 300.
And you were talking earlier about the length of the earlier races, and certainly as time went on, boats went faster. The catamarans became the dominant boat. Every class was, boats could exceed 100 miles an hour. Safety is everything, and for safety crews to be able to get to the boats and respond quickly, that's why we have an Angel helicopter to get to the farthest reaches of the course, and safety boats are positioned everywhere quickly so that you can be on there as fast as possible.
Correct. They have, I want to say, 5 or 6 different safety boats, plus the Angel Medic helicopter out there to rescue these guys. And that's why they also train us over and over repeatedly and bang it into our heads when we're racing of what we need to do to save ourselves first. But in general, you're trained to get out. You're trained to use your air and extricate yourself in the safest possible manner.
Try and get this boat. If they can't get it right, they're going to try and get pulled off the course. And the question now will be, will they restart the remaining boats that had been racing? We were only about a lap.
They didn't even run a lap.
I was going to say, if we were a lap, that was about all we had gotten in. So race control is announcing that we will restart, and they will remove 2 laps. So we will restart all classes.
So now they're going to see. Now, in these conditions, will they still try to right that before they, or is it too rough?
That boat being as small as it is, it actually should be pretty easy just to,
that's what I was
pull.
thinking.
And in deep water, they should probably just be able to pull it from the bow eye and it flip right over and drain most of the water out. It is a very, very, very low-profile boat to begin
Yes.
with. Exceptionally, the Manatee Marine team built this boat and made it a canopied boat. The canopy on that boat actually came off my first skater race boat.
And the funny thing is
Did it
that's
really? Yes, it's off my first 30 skater, and we were laughing about it last night as we were walking through the pits. I'm like, yeah, that's my canopy and canopy cover still on that boat all these years later.
and that's a 23.
Yeah, it's small. It was originally a tandem.
Mike's
canopy.
boat's a 24,
Right.
but it looks so much bigger.
It's got much higher sides. It was
Yeah.
built for a different purpose.
Yeah.
Like I said, Mike's boat at one point had 3 engines on it. And this boat running now was a tandem canopy built for, I want to say, a 200
When you say
access,
tandem, that was a front and back.
front and back center
Yeah.
line canopy. Yes, sir.
Watch race officials and the Jackhammer Class 300 boat that flipped over. Both the pilots okay, and
The little hammer.
the little hammer has gone over.
Medium Connor and Big Connor in that one.
Yeah, well, it was good.
So
We all know who Little Connor
who's
is.
medium?
Medium is Connor Langheim. Big Connor's Connor Toomey. Who's Little Connor?
Well, I haven't met Connor Toomey, so
Okay.
I don't have the visual of he's a big guy.
I'm going by age, not
Oh,
body
okay.
size. So yeah,
Well, little Connor's the BMX superstar.
yes, correct. And he's listening in now, critiquing our via text, critiquing our monologue as we go.
All right, well, while the rescue officials work on that and the team's safe, we're going to take another break from the Race World Offshore live coverage on Facebook and YouTube, also at X Insurance's YouTube channel of the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix here in Michigan City, Indiana, on the Maximum Inflation live stream. Also listening locally here at WIMS Radio and at LaPorte County Public Access channels. Thanks for joining us. We'll come back with more as we'll get started again. We'll have a restart of bracket class 200, 300, 400, and class 500. 2 laps, so we'll be taking off the original start, and we'll go again as soon as this race course is clear. Back in a moment right here.
What does it mean to be here since 1914? It means weathering every era, every challenge, every mile of change. It means integrity, perseverance, dedication, honesty, and above all, taking care of people. For more than a century, we've earned trust the only way it can be earned, by showing up, standing by our word, and doing right by our customers. Come see for yourself. Since 1914, always Graf.
And as you can see, the weather is getting stormy here in Michigan City, Indiana. We got strong east winds and light rain moving through the area once again. And that's the forecast for the rest of the day. Pockets of rain, strong east wind. Things expected to get a little bit better in terms of precipitation by Sunday's final here for the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. But we're going to still see strong winds on Sunday, and they'll move to the east-northeast, and it's at some point, hopefully later in the day after racing is over, to the north. Todd Swafford, along with Ryan Beckley, the American Powerboat Association Offshore Racing Chairman, along with Ryan Beckley, with Eric Colby of SpeedOnTheWater.com. We're getting a little rain blowing by us, and please excuse us, as we are really, we're tasked as well as the offshore racers in our paperwork and stuff. We're very challenged here in the wind in dealing with things, as we're in a red flag situation. We had the Cat 300 jackhammer boat go over. They're clearing the course, and we're waiting for our bracketed boats that just started, 200, 300, 400, and 500 to get back underway, and they'll be racing 2 less laps here today. Yeah. Not hearing Eric, guys. Go ahead.
It looks like we,
go ahead.
Without getting too optimistic, it looks like it could improve for the balance of the day once we get through this.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, just the
rain-wise.
rain came back up again just as we were going to break, and pretty good amount of people dotting the beach here, considering the conditions and watching. And I mean, the fans here in Michigan City, LaPorte County, are amazing, and the race.
They're a hardy bunch.
They're
committed.
They are certainly committed here today. But just in general, it's a reason why so many teams come here now in its 17th year, and always great to be here. Great fun.
Yeah, it looks like they may not be attempting to even try to right that boat. It's still upside down as they're towing past the western turn here.
Right. Yeah, they're towing it in. It's one of the safety boats towing it in, not one of the tow crew, because they may want to keep the tow assets on the course at the time for the rest of the boats racing.
Yeah, because it is a smaller boat, you don't need a specialized vessel to tow that one necessarily, but let's say, God forbid, if something happens to one of the bigger boats, then you need to have the right vessel to make the tow.
Yeah, that boat in particular, the C-22, the 23-foot Argo, sadly last year at Inglewood, it also turned over, but they worked all night. The crew at Manatee Marine busted their butts to get it out running the next day, and they won the race the next day in that class in Inglewood.
So a rainy day here in northern Indiana.
It looks like there's another towboat heading out to them. Maybe that's a towboat, and they're going to grab the line and turn it over. It's going to sink right now going down
if they
motor
stop
first and pull it the other direction. It'll pull right over.
That's the thing you don't want to do, is just stop and sit there, because it's going to.
Yeah, we're watching it off camera right now. As you look in at the pits, you see the WHM Class 1 boat, as well as 2 other Class 1 boats that
because after this race, the Class 1s are supposed to go out and run their first race of 2 this
they
weekend.
had to fuel up to stay in the water. If I remember correctly, drivers' meeting, they weren't going to be able to get the Class 1 boats back out of the water.
They're the only ones that were going to be allowed to pull out
they were the
and
only
refuel.
Ones.
But Supercat asked if they could refuel.
Because they were happening so fast.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, so Class 1 was going to be able to refuel. Okay.
Class 1 wouldn't be able to test and then qualify and then complete their race with the amount, no matter how much fuel they put in it. There's no way they could do all 3.
Right.
The boats won't hold enough fuel to do all 3 in one shot.
I'll be curious to see if Club Car Wash solved whatever dilemmas they had that kept them from qualifying.
Well, the Dirty Money DMR team, Bobby and his crew, TJ and everybody else there, the Italians, Robbie and Ali, those guys are on point, and if whatever the issue was, I'm positive they'll have it sorted out, and the Mercury technicians that are here as well.
Now, the way that
to get it back on course.
The way that the teams are set up, TJ is basically the crew chief of the Class 1 boat, and Bobby is or are they just kind of co-crew chiefs?
I don't know the answer to that.
I do know that I'm always interested when I see Bobby post something.
Yeah.
He's very good at stirring the pot.
He definitely thrives on it.
Maximum Inflation live stream continues here from Michigan City, Indiana. We're awaiting this course to be cleared back again in a red flag situation with class 200, 300, 400, and 500 all back to the milling area, and this is a long wait for them.
Yep. Now, does this bring in a question? Did they put in enough fuel to be idling this long? And
well, no, because
since they haven't even
just
started,
said the helicopters just went in for refueling.
Well,
so.
I'm hearing that they went back for refueling.
Yes.
Oh, the helicopters
Yeah,
just
so
went in to
gonna be
refuel
yeah,
too.
Bit of a challenge. Everybody's going to have to wait a moment, hold their breath out there, and some of these guys, it'd be so hard to shut your motors off in this condition and the swell
Yeah.
to save some fuel.
What's the next boat's upper class 1?
Yep.
Right, and Super V are running in the second start behind class
Super
1.
V's running, yeah, because there's only 2.
Are they running with Class 1 or with Supercat? Oh, no, they're running
Class
with
1. Class 2 is running with Supercat.
Correct.
Right.
So you got, 5 of those and 6 Supercats. So there'll be 11 of those boats on the course. And
Boats comparable in speed.
Yep.
And then 13 super stock boats to follow.
yeah, the final race of the day will be the Mod Vs. They're going to try to get that in. I don't know what we might run up against permit limits because of timing.
Respectable turnout in Mod V as well.
Yeah, one of the biggest races of the year for those guys. It's great to see everybody that made it here all to put it on the same page for these boats to compete together. And that should be a great race in that class in this condition.
Now, for the race
offshore, it'll be
100%.
good stuff for those guys.
The race that we have on the course now, do you think there's a chance that maybe Insurance Hartman was breaking out, pulling out to that lead?
On the start, it's possible. In
Yeah,
the
I
trough,
mean-
these boats are capable of breaking out in
Yeah.
any condition. And that boat did have a big lead very early on.
And that's a veteran team, too, so they know how to run in rough water. But that's the stuff you always, it's got to be in the back of your head when you're in a bracketed
Anytime you're
class.
in a bracketed boat, you got to think about the breakout, no matter what.
I mean, the guys in the V Limiteds now must be like, yeah, I don't have to worry about breaking out. I'm not in Class 6 anymore. We just go out and race.
Right.
Great time to thank some of our sponsors here in Michigan City. Of course, NIPSCO. They have been involved as a sponsor since day one at the Great Lakes Grand Prix, 17 years. Google presenting the Google Street Party later on this afternoon. Also, Graff's Campus Auto, Northern Indiana Tourism Board, Wakeside Marine, Carlson's, and Joe and Freddy's, Lighthouse Place Premium Outlets, some of our local sponsors. And here for Race World Offshore, Blue Chip Casino, Choice Hotels, Hampton Inn and Suites, Microtel, also Southern Racing Fuel, Sunoco, X Insurance, and Racing Communications. Live coverage of the X Insurance Offshore Grand Prix. It's Michigan, it's Lake Michigan, and the weather up here always going to be a challenge, even in the beauty of summer. Last year we got all of the sunny weather. The conditions were as good as they can be in terms of racing.
But it was still windy.
It was still windy.
And it was still bumpy.
And in terms of wind, if you're going to get a wind, I mean, if it's better, obviously, if it's coming out of east, southeast, or coming from the south. When we first got up here, it was pretty sunny, and the winds were coming out of the south. They weren't blowing real hard, but it was beautiful blue lake conditions, and we didn't see any wave action. And even this morning when we first got here, there was no wave action.
Right, it was still pretty nice this morning. We knew it was coming. It just arrived a little later than we expected.
And then the thing is, and you've raced in it, there's a difference in the spacing of the waves on a lake than there is in the ocean. They're close, they're steep.
Hey, I've rattled the teeth in my head racing here in Michigan City before, going, what did we just hit? And it's just the way the waves stack up in these conditions, and a little bit to do with the fresh water and the buoyancy and the science of the molecules in the fresh
Well, it's
water
like a
versus salt
it's like a
water.
rapid fire hit, though, isn't it?
It's
You're
hard
like
to-
bam, 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 bam.
The famous Geico accident here, it happened. They had just gone past us down at the far end, and the Geico boat goes by, and then I see them take a flyer, and it came down all by itself without crashing or nothing, and the boat just went poof and blew into bits. And they had major hull damage just out there by themselves, and it was not this rough the day that happened.
Right.
But the water here is harder, the waves stack up differently, and it proves to be a challenge for sure.
And this, of course, was it 3 years ago where the Dirty Money boat broke in half?
Yep.
Right?
The old one.
The old
The
one,
old
with
one,
Rusty,
yep, right.
Rusty Williams was driving in that accident at the dog leg on the outside of the course. And it stuffed and folded in half like nothing you've ever seen before. And they didn't get the boat out of the water till the following day.
So, yeah, the weather can be quick changing here, the water unforgiving. And it can be the full extreme the other way, just quite beautiful and calm. And it's one of the most interesting race sites and the most diverse, certainly, anywhere in the world in offshore racing. We're glad to be here in Michigan City, Indiana for this APBA UIM event, and we're waiting for the course to be clear after a red flag. We're going to take another time out here from our broadcast. We're going to take
The thing is, if anyone, where that boat is sitting now, the one that they're trying to tow in, if anyone takes that turn wide, they're right into that.
Yeah, I think it's a little further away, probably perspectively as we look at it, but I think they just hooked back up to it, and they're just going to, they haven't been able to tow it the direction they'd like, so they're just going to tow it in upside down, it looks like.
Yeah, the towboat,
specialized
towboat is actually on it now. They hooked up to it, and I think they were trying to see if they could ride it.
As low profile as that boat is, it's incredibly difficult, and at best, the motor boat sitting there, it takes water over the transom at any condition, so it's very low profile. And that's saying if there's no damage, nothing sealed, it could just be taking on water permanently.
Yep.
All right, we'll give you an update when we get back. We'll take a quick time out here for the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. Live coverage here from Michigan City and Indiana resumes right after this.
Miami is the envy of all people in the amusement rentals business. I call it the hottest town in the hottest city in the country. In 1995, I bought my first bounce house. 25 years later and over 1,000 inventoried items, here sits All-Star Events. 98% of our business was backyard parties. But we got a couple of inquiries from municipalities, cities. But we also saw that some of the requirements were different than what we were used to in the backyard business, mostly having to do with insurance needs. So we started to say, okay, if we properly insured ourselves, would it pay off in the amount of business we could bring in? And that was a no-brainer. As we insuranced up, we saw more and more people come on, mainly because of our insurance provisions. So that was instrumental to our growth, absolutely, absolutely. Although it's fun and games, that's the nature of our business, it comes down to one thing, our responsibility to keep people safe. We don't take that lightly, from the snow cone attendant to the roller coaster attendant. So I felt like when I found X Insurance, I found a partner. And consequently, our claims have gone down considerably. Now we're in a place where we understand risk and we understand challenges. X Insurance saved my backside a million times over and puts me here as the #1 player in the hottest city, in the hottest town in the country.
This is a limited time offer, so buy yours today. Visit raceworldoffshore.com and use coupon code CHAMPIONSHIP.
Stop at Sunoco. Go with confidence.
Join the fabulous feel of fuel power. Video game move off into turn 3.
At Sunoco Race Fuels, we started blending our first high-octane fuel in 1950. And since then, we've become leaders in the industry, helping drivers become leaders on the track. Today, we sit at the front of the pack with partnerships of more than 40 different racing bodies, including 20 years of fueling NASCAR.
A chastity past Hamlin.
But a true leader never rests on their laurels. Now's the time to remind the racing world who we are and embrace what it truly means to take the lead.
36, get to the back bumper of the 4 and give him a big push.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Here in Michigan City, Indiana, the APBA UIM Offshore Racing Series is underway on the road to the RWO Key West World Championships coming up in November here in northern Indiana. So we'll wait for the course to be cleared and to resume bracket class racing here early this afternoon. Todd, Ryan, and Eric back with you.
Ryan, what do you think of the already announcing the schedule for 2027?
I think it's amazing to be this far ahead of everything that we're working forward with Race World Offshore. So obviously, they're run organization and APBA Offshore with the UIM. It's great to be, after the tumultuous year we've had, to be moving forward all together in all the safety teams, assets, inspection teams, all moving forward in trying to put out to build a better racing series.
Yeah, Larry Blyle, the president of Race World, gave me the green light to send the schedule to Matt Trulio, my colleague at Speed on the Water, and he's already got a story out.
Yeah, we heard the announcement this morning at the drivers' meeting here in Michigan City. Had a rousing talk by Jack Arnett, the head of the Visitors Bureau, a guy who for 17 years has championed offshore powerboat racing, and this this community establishing itself as one of the pillars of the offshore racing season.
Well, Michigan City, Jack and all his crew, Jack Scott, and everybody that puts this race on, and this site, it's just a pillar of the offshore community. I've been here every year that it's happened except one, and they roll out the red carpet. They help the racers. They help people find hotel rooms, and they fed everybody at a beautiful dinner. They have the VIP section all along the beach here. It's just an amazing site, and when we come here, even when it's not such great weather, but we're in the pit area, and more fans come through this pit area to see, and that's why guys have these boats, is to have everybody come and check them out. And as a racer, and we love the fans coming out, checking, asking questions, seeing what's new, putting the kids on the boat to take photos. When I had my boat, I loved that. That was my favorite thing, and I'm sure most people agree with the same thing. As well as the street party here is one of the very best there is in the parade. To show off our toys and show off all our hardware, that's what we do this for.
So it'll be the centerpiece of the 2027 season. They announced starting in New Orleans in April.
The great thing was the way Larry kind of went up there and just said, "So you want a schedule? Well,
right.
Here you go."
I heard a leeway into that, and I thought that might happen. I heard him talk about it yesterday a little bit. So it's amazing how quickly all of this has come together, despite the challenges of racing have been this year. So, yeah, it's really awesome that they were able to put that out this early. It allows race teams and sponsors and fans and families to plan their year next year ahead, where this year's been filled with uncertainty.
Yeah, so go to speedonthewater.com, see Matt Trulio's story. This is what the sport needs. It's needed unification under, one sanctioning
it
group.
sends a message, like Jack said, unity, unity, unity. But equally important, it sends a message of stability.
Well, and this race site has been a unit of stability, and so has Clearwater and so many other race
Cocoa
sites for
Beach,
so many years.
how many years has that gone on?
The same, 17 years.
Yeah.
Kerry and his team, Kevin, and everybody that's helped put Cocoa Beach on for so many years. It's a great race site, and some people, it's offshore conditions there. And we look forward to starting our year in Cocoa Beach. It sounds like we might be in New Orleans for the first race and then Cocoa Beach for the second race next year.
Yeah. So, one of the things they talked about was the fact that having APBA and UIM back lined up. I mean, that's where the sport started. And talked about it as we went to the broadcast in 1966. And through the 80s, it was strong in the United States.
We have an Angel helicopter up. I don't see the X-Insurance helicopter, or vice versa. We have one
that's
up.
the X-Insurance helicopter, I think.
I
No,
don't-
that is Angel helicopter. You're right.
I don't
That
see
is.
a second one up yet,
Right,
so
but
that's probably what we're waiting on.
They can start the race with the Angel helicopter.
Yeah, they could start.
We are,
because race control just said get ready to go.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, well, that's good news. We're eagerly awaiting the start of these bracketed boats once again. The race started and was red flagged when the Jackhammer Class 300 boat flipped over.
Now they're trying to keep the Jackhammer boat off the jetty by the looks of it. I mean, there's not much of it sticking out of the water, but it's.
The shore is.
I just feel bad for what's going on under the water with that boat. If the motor's dragging or all kinds of stuff. But the main thing is Connor got out okay. And the safety equipment did its job, and
Still a lot of things beyond racing going on this afternoon. You've got the parade and then the Google Street Party. So there's a lot of things that have to happen in the next several hours.
Yeah, it's always a challenge on a Saturday here to get, as long as it takes to get organized for all the teams to get down to the park and out of the park and down for the parade and block party. So they're going to be cutting it close on moving everybody in that. Hopefully the weather steers clear of us so they're able to do that.
Yeah, the rain has let up for the moment. Wind continues to blow strong.
for fans of all kinds of powerboat racing, after you're done watching here, they're also having the unlimited hydroplanes run this weekend in Seattle, so you can go watch the replay of their stuff on YouTube after you're done watching the offshore boats, of course.
Super cool. Thanks to more of our local sponsors here in Michigan City, Indiana. So we mentioned Google and RAF Campus Auto Dealership, as well as Lighthouse Place Premium Outlets, the Gasaway Company, Zen Business, Michael Kroper, and the Michigan City Port Authority, Chick-fil-A, and B&E Marine. Bracket class 200, 300, 400, 500 here to resume with a full slate to follow class 1 and Super V, Super Cat in class 2, as well as Super Stock and Mod VX on the schedule to run here later on this afternoon.
We can also take a minute to thank Coast Guard, law enforcement, fire, all the assets that are helping to make sure the racers and the people on the beach stay safe.
Yeah, it's definitely a long list here that made things happen. As you mentioned, Michigan City Police Department, Fire Department, DNA, LaPorte City EMS, as well as the Port Authority, Washington Park Marine, Michigan City Parks and Recreation. Just as you mentioned, there's always U.S. Coast Guard, huge part of making these events happen no matter where you go around the country. And we salute them for all the help. Windy day here in Michigan City, Indiana. Rain has let up for the moment. We've had pockets of light rain throughout the late morning and early afternoon. So then the race control to see if there's any talk about getting the boats ready and set to go again. So we're hearing from race control there's still working on getting the jackhammer boat together. Next on the RWO schedule is Clearwater in September. Clearwater is on the 2027 schedule, also the end of the season.
My daughter McKenna's birthday is always that weekend.
Yeah?
And so she's always like, oh, great, so you're going out of town again, and you can't do anything for my birthday.
Well, but you will be spending some time there. Now, the Clearwater is an APBA UIM event, but there is an APBA event also qualifying race for the Worlds in Key West in November, and that's in Inglewood. And you'll be racing there.
Yep,
Eric.
we're going to, I worked out a story with Boating Magazine and with Rob Goodwin from the Ultimate Boat Racing Experience, and I said, hey, how about if I run the boat with my daughter? And he said, sure, let's do it. So we will be racing in Englewood together, going through the dunk test, going through the whole experience. We're going to get down there on Thursday. And
I was talking with Rob, and they've made a lot of changes in those boats, those V-limited boats.
yeah, I mean, the nice thing is now is they can just go out and race them because they took them out of the brackets. They're now their own class. And I think they're starting to get more interest in the class because of that.
Yeah, they're GPS controlled now. The boats, they cannot exceed 70 miles an hour. So that makes things a lot easier when, because you can, you can race for your first time and buy a seat in the boat, obviously. And there was some trepidation from some folks about, being in a boat and trying to monitor the speed of the boat and watch the waves. And now they know that the boat can only go up to a certain point and then will regulate itself. So
we might have to figure out a way to override that one.
yeah, you always want to go faster there. Eric Colby of speedonthewater.com. We're in a abnormally long delay right now to racing here at the
Yeah, they're trying to figure out what to do with that jackhammer boat, and because of the wind and the waves, there's certain things that they can't do that they would normally do. Right?
I did hear them say that they're having an issue recovering it right now, and that they're not in a safe position to put a diver in the water to try to get the boat on top. And they had some issues with the bow eye ripped out of the boat, so they aren't able to tow it. They don't have a place to put a rope to it. So they're going to try to mark it where it's at right now and do the recovery effort when it gets a little better conditions.
Calm down, yeah.
That boat is an older boat.
Yeah, it is.
It's like a 20-year-old boat, I believe, something along those lines. 1997, maybe.
I don't even know. The other one's even older. The Pantera Mike Racing C77 is a 1986 24 skater, so it's even older. I mean, 40 years old.
Those boats race quite commonly in Europe, I believe, and especially in Scandinavia.
The Argos.
Yes.
Yeah, the Argos, yeah.
I mean, they were kind of the forefront of the single outboard catamaran with the canopies.
Yeah, we can't see it now. It's made its way around the point in front of the lighthouse there.
Yeah, it's on the other side of the breakwater.
The other side of the breakwater. Connor Toomey, Connor Langheim were both out of the boat and okay. As far as that goes, that's the most important part. The boats can be fixed and recovered and fixed. Thank goodness it's also fresh water that helps a little.
Well, the problem is that one of the assets that was on the course to help out with things is having to stay with that boat to mark its location if they can't get a line on it.
Yeah, and I mean, and it's off the course now. It's not a problem for the course, but now it's right where boats are coming out of the wet pit area.
Well, I think it made it way around the point.
It's on the other side.
Is it on the other side? I apologize.
Yeah, so that's why I'm kind of like, all right, why aren't we getting going here?
Get set for racing to resume after the red flag. Schedule has still a lot of action to happen here over the next couple of days. Of course, local fans are excited to see the boats parade out of here this afternoon after 4:30, and the start of that may be compromised by this current delay that we're in. As we're now approaching 2 o'clock here locally, Central Time, and immediately following the parade into downtown, which is only a couple of blocks, the Google Street Party, and that goes into the evening. Boats will parade out of here. Many of them will end up downtown and set for evening of fun with the fans, where you can get down, get up close to the boats here in Michigan City, one of the most talked about street parties on the offshore racing circuit, and meet the teams. So the Google Street Party is tonight here in downtown Michigan City.
Yeah, while we're waiting, I am looking at some footage that someone took of the Say Less Superstock boat getting pumped out back at the cranes. So they must have taken on some water, and so we might not see them. We'll have to wait and see.
For sure, this long delay could cause some schedule changes this afternoon, knowing that the weather, you know, it will have its challenges on Sunday.
Well, I just saw Steve Kildall, the Mod V class rep, come down the stairs, and so I think he was up talking to someone. I don't know if Mod V is going to get moved back to Sunday now, because they were added as the last race of the day yesterday, you know, this morning, but they were originally supposed to race Sunday. So.
And Lake Michigan has been we talked about the rough weather here in Michigan City, Ryan. Last year in Sheboygan, weather set in, and it didn't even race last year in Sheboygan.
Yeah, they got the first couple races in on Saturday and Sunday morning, and then the fog and cold rolled in, and fog socked the whole place in across the lake and up north a little bit. And it's crazy on this lake how quickly conditions can deteriorate and do that sort of thing. Even right now, it's actually clearing up a little bit. I won't dare to say it's calming down a little bit, but the wind's definitely not blowing quite as hard at this moment right now.
So it's ever changing here, and again, due to the hour, we might hear from race organizers a shift in the schedules. The remaining, all the remaining boats, for the exception, I think, the class 600 boats were running here this afternoon. And we've only got a few hours left in the window to get those races off. Appreciate you joining us and bearing with us as we're in a long delay here at the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. Live coverage here at Race World Offshore's Facebook page and YouTube channels, as as well as X Insurance's YouTube channel, where you can find a lot of sports related reels and great video production. See a chopper soon be hovering onto your screen just outside the lighthouse area here. We eagerly await the restart of our bracketed boats that opened up here what seems like an hour ago. We're off to a pretty decent start till we had the flip that suspended our action here this afternoon in Michigan City, Indiana.
There's still only one helicopter in the air.
Yep.
We only need the medical helicopter. We like the X Insurance helicopter,
Well,
but that's
now
not
we're the other way. That's the X Insurance helicopter there. So,
yeah. So I'm wondering if medical had to go back in and refuel again. So how long have you been commissioner now?
Close to a year.
11 months and 3 weeks.
How you liking it?
It's a challenge. It's obviously not keeping everybody happy, but my goal as a racer is to what I want to do is make things better for the racers myself, and try to be a liaison for that, and have better communications from the racers to Race World, to APPA, to the rule makers. But I want everybody mainly also to understand that they have a say with making the rules with APBA, but they have to go through the right channels to make those rules. Go through their class rep or myself, or come to the APBA national meeting, because we can't change rules in the middle of a season or at a race site or the morning of a race, as some people want to try to do sometimes.
I remember was Sarasota 2 or 3 years ago when all of a sudden they changed the weight rule?
Saturday morning of the races, that people got their way and they lobbied to make a change, and the chairman at that time voted for a change to change a drastic rule such as itself, and I think we crashed 3 boats that day.
Yeah, there was
a
three
squeaky
boats. Wheel getting the oil element to that didn't work out.
Yeah, I just want to make it better for the racers, not allow things like that to happen, so we know the playing field we're on going forward. Sometimes there's safety rules that can be changed at a moment's notice, but technical rules shouldn't be adjusted on the fly like that.
Now, as corny as it sounds, is this kind of your way to give back for having such a long career in the sport? And
it wasn't ever really my intention. Other people had mentioned it before, and we're a little bit in limbo of who the current chairman of the Offshore Racing Commission was, and when I was asked to take one position, I kind of volunteered for another position, and I ended up where I'm at.
Well, I think most people are glad you took it, and you're doing a good job, and it's a thankless job, so we appreciate you taking it on.
Oh, it's a challenge, and there's no position I can take that will make it better for everybody in one shot. And some people, you generally have to respect, my knowledge of racing for 30-something years, or my take on it. And I don't make a rule without going through the board, or everything's voted on. All rules are gone through, and all the way up the ladder of the board of directors. I just had a friend of mine, he might not be my friend after I say this, but text me just now. He says, you want to make it better? Well, get rid of the 3-second rule in bracket class racing. And that's a bone of contention that everybody is going to have forever, is how the bracket classes are run. And I wasn't born and bred a bracket class racer myself, so it's difficult to race under a speedometer for myself. But also in the same breath, I believe, and many others do, because it was voted on, that you can't race the bracket races and it only be 3 seconds, but you can break out as many times as you like, as long as they're all under 3 seconds.
Yeah.
I don't see the reasoning in that myself, and many others agree with that, but there's always going to be guys that have a different opinion, and that's the world's made up of people with different opinions and different ways of going about things. So I don't know what the perfect answer for bracket class racing is. In my view, it's just the perfect answer is not breaking out 100 times in a race, but you didn't do it for more than 3 seconds.
Guys, we did hear that the course is clear, so hopefully we're going to get going.
Yellow flag.
I will say this, and continuing the conversation, you know, someone, you grew up as a young man covering the sport from 1981. I'm glad to see that there's someone who's steeped in offshore racing like you. You spent decades racing the boats. You grew up around the sport, and the offshore racing commissioner needs to be someone who is a well-experienced, not only a racer, but someone who's followed the sport.
So it looks like we got a yellow flag on the pace boat.
Transitioning from our conversation with Ryan to getting right back to racing. And
we got a yellow flag for 2, 3, and 4.
And we're going to restart class 200 and 300. Appreciate you sticking with us through that long process, but we're back to racing here in Michigan City, Indiana. Yellow flag, class 200, 300, and 400, going to line back up again.
There's Herbot Racing with Team Woody alongside.
2 laps come off the original lap count. So how many laps will we be doing, Eric?
We were doing 8 and 7.
Okay.
So now we're down to 6 and 5.
The yellow flag's still up on the 42.5. We're
flag.
green now. Green flag's up, and they're going to go racing again. The Herbot team, the 38 Fountain, closest to the pace boat. The Rooster Tail's going down.
Team Woody, the bright orange
Team Woody
boat.
and the 35 Fountain, a little bit smaller on the inside. Simmons Racing in the rainbow-colored boat there, and then Saris got the pop there. As we say in BMX, Saris is coming out hot this time around. I suspected them to go to the front early on it. And there's the leader
Hartman
from the
Insurance again.
The 30-foot Phantom, Hartman X Insurance, going right back to where they were last time, but a lot closer this time. Saris seems to be pulling just a bit ahead from that angle, but that's a optical illusion looking from behind.
Yeah, that's the. They don't do playing cards anymore. They do chips to draw the lanes, and for a couple boats that weren't there, they said, Eric, pull out the chip.
Yeah, well, X Insurance is back out to the front again, and Woody got a way better start this time. Saris is taking the line down the beach. They're going to be way on the outside heading into turn 1, but the Hartman 409 entry, X Insurance, heading to turn 1, leading the way.
Speed Marine Power in that boat.
And Woody into is in a different class. I believe they're running class 3.
Yeah, they're in class 3.
Unopposed in class 3.
They're leading.
Yeah.
Herbot's in second. In
Looks
class
like,
4, Simmons is in third and killing it.
Hartman's on the front side of this one, and the Woody boat in class 3, leading class 3. Herbot in class 3 is the third boat.
Here's your class 5 start, class 500, and Fuel 1 team looks like they're out to the early lead in the 29 Warlock.
Yeah, the Murata father and son team in there.
Laps are now down to 4, 3, and 2.
But there's only one class 300 C boat out there now, so Pantera Mike will hopefully make his way around.
And there's one boat running in 200, that's OC Racing. So
bracket class 400 boats can be canopied or not, 85 mile an hour speed limit. Bracket class 500 boats, open cockpit only, naturally aspirated engines, 75 mile an hour speed limit. So you cannot exceed their bracketed speeds.
Yep, Fuel 1 Racing still on the front side of class 5, but there we are on screen with the X Insurance 409 team. Jerry Hartman and crew leading the way in their 30-foot Phantom. There's the class 5 start, making their way around first turn.
Now that's a big lead.
That's a huge lead.
But I don't see rum runners.
Right.
I see,
don't see
back
rum
in
runners.
action.
I see a lot of boats.
Tough noogies.
I see a lot of boats missing from this start. Rum Runners is way back right now, if they're even out there. But there's the EBE. They look like they have a trim issue maybe on the motor.
But Hartman X Insurance is looking real good.
Yep, Hartman X Insurance. Yep.
Jerry Hartman, John Izzetti. And Jerry's going to pull double duty this weekend and run the Safe Cash X Insurance Mod V.
Yeah, in Class 5, Hartman's on screen now, still leading Class 4. The way around that 30-foot Phantom, it's probably a pretty comfy little ride in that thing compared to the other boats in that class that are stand-up V-bottom twin-engine boats. They're taking a pounding out there. There you see Pantera Mike and his C77 24 skater just finished. This is their first lap. They're getting going in that thing. Challenging conditions at best in there. I sat in that boat yesterday. They did a very nice job at Lily Sports Boat getting that boat ready to go.
Now, is Mike throttling?
Mike is driving and Jason is throttling.
Okay.
And I forget Jason's last name.
Gavados.
And they normally race in his Class 6 boat.
Yeah.
MDG, very, very fast boat.
That's a Defender.
Yeah, a very rare boat. And they've been racing that boat with big horsepower for a few years.
But here comes Hartman will be coming down. Now we're back with EBE. Unfortunately, their day has been cut short. But here's Hartman leading the way in Class 400. Coming down, heading along the beach toward the western end of the course, and they've pulled out to a pretty sizable lead.
Yep, they're running the solid right now. It's in the trough. I just saw the Woody boat pulled off the course already somewhere on the course in the background there. Who was running unopposed? He was running Class 3 against Herbot. So
now
that's a pace boat there on the course in that screen.
We've got another little rainstorm.
There we are with the X
passing
Insurance
through.
helicopter with the X Insurance Hartman team leading the way in Class 4, the 30-footer.
Well, this Class 4 is a nice landing spot for some old Phantoms.
But for several
people who want to go bracket racing.
Several old Mod V class boats.
Yeah.
A little more rain falling here in Michigan City.
There's
the OC Racing running unopposed again in Class 2, but these guys run very hard. Joey Oliveri and Billy Glick with Go GPS sponsorship on their boat.
Back to our
There's
overall leader.
Keith Herbot.
Yep.
Leading away now in Class 3 in his 38-foot Fountain based out of Pennsylvania. Right hot on his tail is the Saris's coming in there in their 33 Cobra.
The only navigator. No, EBE has a navigator too.
Yep. Vern French is the navigator with Johnny and Jason Saris aboard. OC Racing in the 38-foot Phantom based out of Sarasota, Florida. Number 6 drive, big power in that boat.
Here's killing it with Austin Blocker, throttling out of Outlaw Performance and Zacho. Is it Gerzini or Gazerni? The owner driver.
Right. Zacho drives the boat, and the crew chief for the Great L team is the throttle man.
Right. Outlaw Performance, Austin Blocker.
Austin Blocker. They're a new team, put that boat together towards the end of last year, got it on the water this year, and getting their feet wet and working the bugs out of a new program for them. There you see the Fuel One Racing, the 588, 29-foot Warlock. Damon Murata Senior throttling, and I think Damon Murata Jr. or Craig Chittenden is driving.
Craig Chittenden.
Oh, Craig Chittenden, yeah.
Yeah, Craig Chittenden.
There's the Killin' It team based out of Sarasota. On the screen now, the 435, another 30-foot Phantom or 32-foot Phantom.
Yeah, that's a 32.
Also built in Sarasota, Florida. And then there's the Back in Action team all the way from the Keys.
Open cockpit Phantom.
576, Back in Action. Sponsorship from one of my favorite restaurants down in the Keys is the Half Shell Raw Bar on the front of that boat. Great spot to visit old school Key West.
Here's Fuel One again. They got a nice ride going on today, guys.
Yeah, they got a great attitude in that boat. It looks like they put some weight in the front of it and got it running. But make no mistake, Tough Noogies is hot on their tail. And I think there's going to be a race coming up here as long as neither of them are breaking out.
Craig Chittenden has been kind of making a name for himself at Proven Marine, racing in a number of different bracket boats the last few years.
Yeah, he's a hardcore racer. He'll race in anything. Great throttle man, great mechanic. He does a lot of work, works in South Florida, the Fort Lauderdale area, mobile service. If you need boat work done in Fort Lauderdale, Miami-Dade, Fort Lauderdale area, Broward, look up Proven Marine.
There goes X Insurance Hartman.
They're carving it up out there, boy.
Back in action.
And here on the east end of the course by the lighthouse.
Let's see what it looks like when they come back around in bracket 5. It looks like there's about a 5-second lead for Fuel 1, and I'm betting to say Tough Noogies is going to lay down the hammer here on the back stretch right now, trying to catch them.
They've only got 2 more laps or 3 laps to try to do it.
Yeah,
so.
we're going to want to watch for those the white flag and checkered flag.
There's the back in action boat. Doing a great job in these conditions. Great to see them all the way up here from the Florida Keys. They've had a great run in bracket 5 this year. I just saw it disappear between a swell on the backstretch, so it's definitely getting rougher if the whole boat disappears.
Team 407, the guys from the UK.
Yep, Team 407 back at it in a brand new boat. I think this is the first time they've gotten to run it, so they're just trying to make it around and get some laps in after the terrible accident they had in Atlantic City.
Hartman and Izzetti. Team Hartman, X Insurance. Canopied V-bottom.
And these canopied boats, they don't have windshield wipers. So they just put Rain-X on it and hope that it makes it clear off as best it can.
You know, and you would actually like the condition. It was a rainy conditions today would keep it pretty clean if you got a good coat of Rain-X on it. Some of them have windshield washer sprayers on them.
Oh, okay.
Some of them, not so many.
Yeah.
As it used to be a thing, but you see the X Insurance boat coming down the front stretch here. They've been, ever since the opening lap on the first race, they've had the lead, and they are showing no quarter today and running a great race as long as they're within their bracket speed.
Yeah, this will be the end of lap 2. I mean, that's a huge lead.
Yeah, for a bracket race, that is a huge lead, for sure. And I'm not sure what happened to the Saris Racing boat. I expected them to be, there they are now coming just to our right.
Yeah.
And some of these guys could be thinking, oh, there's no way. There they are. There's the Saris. Twin engine 33-foot Cobra, built in Bolton Landing, New York, where they're from, Bravo Drives. I know MDC's a big partner of theirs. There's Jim Simmons' boat, Simmons Marine.
Jacob Coons. Jason Zalecki.
Zalecki out of Lake of the Ozarks. The boat's based out of Akron, Ohio.
Still runs the 500s.
Yeah, and that was really
a factory
old two boat that used to be called Twisted Sticks.
And there was a 30-foot version that ran the single engine class called Twisted Chicks.
Yep. There we see Pantera Mike Racing there. The C77 24-foot skater with a brand new Mercury ROS 300 on there. Put in their lap there. I think they're only going to have to do 2 today. So.
Yep. But there's the Saris's again, and here's the 30-foot superboat built on Long Island, Tough Noogies. That was rigged at Saris Performance and has a Saris Racing engine.
Gavin Dick Jeffrey on is the owner and the driver, and Matt Reska from Supreme Marine, New Hampshire is the throttle man.
No, Gavin throttles. Matt drives. I just talked to him earlier today where we're sitting.
That's a new one from me.
Yeah, because I asked Matt and he said, no, Gavin. I said, doesn't he know that the guy who rigs the boat should be the throttleman? And he said, no, he throttles and he's really good.
Yeah, there you go.
Her bots look like they're slowing.
So Gavin and definitely got around them. They're out front now. In Class 5. It looked like they were having. It looked like they were having a really good run down the backstretch. So there's a lot of boats pulled off in the middle of the course already. Some of them didn't have competition, so they maybe pull off, save their equipment. I see OC Racing out there, EBE Racing. I see Woody stopped at the course. As on screen, we have Herbot Racing out front in Class 3 right now.
Yeah, they're just trying to get the cover the distance to get the checker flag.
Yeah, well, the first thing to finish, to do well in a race is usually you have to finish. You see the Killing It guys, Austin Blockner, out there throttling for Zach O'Guernsey. So they're finishing their laps. They're getting time. They're getting seat time in the boat. They're taking a wide way around the turn, but they're feeling it out. This could be some of the biggest conditions they've been in. So they're working their way around a course and adding up their seat time to make the boat more competitive.
Robot racing continuing on here. Class 300. Rain starting to fall just a little bit harder. It's not a hard rain, but it's definitely falling at a more consistent level.
It's consistent.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
The wind is blowing it across and right into our broadcast spot at the moment. And we worked real hard here at Race World Offshore to get a lot of great notes from teams for the media. Right now we can't access any of it because everything is socked away and trying not to get it wet. Thanks for staying with us as we watch the X Insurance Hartman team continuing to lead in Class 400.
This would be lap 3 of 4 that they'd be coming down to complete, right? Yeah,
yes, I can tell for sure.
Yep.
They got a great run going. These guys have had the setup really well all day in the class and leading the way around. The boat's got a great attitude. They've
been together a couple of years now too, so that all helps. It all counts.
I think this boat originally was supposed to run Mod V with Owen and his dad in it, and they ended up mothballing it for a year, and then these guys picked it up after they ran their first year in Class 7. And they've done a great job with it, and right now it's leading the way, got a good attitude, and putting their time in their laps in, tried to take the checkered flag here at Michigan City.
We've got a red flag on the course. We're hearing from race control, another red flag here in this race. We're not going to get it done. I think we've finished enough of it that the positions that these boats currently in when they last finish the start-finish line will be the official finish of today's race, all contingent upon inspection and looking for breakouts.
I think they're going to call it. They just said return to the pits after this one. They might have lost visibility because I can't see the far turn from there here now.
If you look on the 100%, Ryan. If you look on the east end of the course, there's a pretty large rain shower out there, and hopefully it stays away from this area here.
I know Jack and Scott like to pull out all the stops, so maybe next year they could make this an air-conditioned, sealed, weather-tight booth for us.
Yes.
Put that on the to-do list.
I was thinking about that, interestingly enough.
Yeah, a little skybox for us here in the pit area.
This is a beautiful scaffolding built by the city of Michigan City. Perfect for when the weather's great, but obviously we're exposed to the elements right now. A lot of our equipment is catching this rain. Again, all of our paper notes, we're doing my best to try and save them for on a day when it's not so rainy. And obviously it's causing some troubles on the course, and you have to question where we stand the rest of the day here.
Yeah, and honestly, looking around, even south of us now, it looks like we're socked in a small spot of visibility. I don't know how long. Obviously, we've lost the course for now. They're going to send the helicopters back to the airport because they can't fly in no visibility. So,
this is what we discussed before.
Yeah, just when I say the weather almost looked like it was clearing up, and it quickly goes away. That's why I'm not a weatherman.
Well, maybe we can go to break here momentarily and assess the situation. Obviously, race officials are doing the same. Certainly have given it a go today, but Right now, we'll take a quick break from the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix, and hopefully have some more news for you when we come back on the resumption of racing here this afternoon on Lake Michigan. Back right after this timeout.
To me, being a mountain guide is just the greatest opportunity to share my passion for skiing and climbing with people who are new. My main goal out there is to take care of and shepherd other people through the mountains, make sure that they don't get hurt, they don't get into trouble, guide them to places they always wanted to go but needed the skill set and knowledge of a guide to help them in accomplishing that goal. And then come back safe. No 2 days are ever the same in the mountains. Everything changes, the weather, the avalanche hazards. Not everything is really perfectly safeguarded. The mountains are an uncertain place. So it's a fine line, but I think when you can trust somebody and you do push them to a higher level, it's really rewarding. Ultimately, it's not a question of if any accident's ever going to happen if you're doing a lot of mountain guiding, but it's when. The knowledge that we have a really strong partner in our insurance company is essential. I'm helping my clients achieve great things in the mountains, achieve their goals in the mountains, and that's what X Insurance does for me. They were there for us when we needed them. They're providing an opportunity for us to go out and guide mountain climbing and backcountry skiing in the beautiful Wasatch Range, and that's something that I wouldn't feel comfortable at all doing without a great insurance company behind us. I know that I can trust them and I can go forward with confidence.
Stop at Sunoco. Go with confidence.
Enjoy the fabulous feel of fuel power. Video game move off into turn 3.
At Sunoco Race Fuels, we started blending our first high-octane fuel in 1950. And since then, we've become leaders in the industry, helping drivers become leaders on the track. Today, we sit at the front of the pack with partnerships of more than 40 different racing bodies, including 20 years of fueling NASCAR. But a true leader never rests on their laurels. Now's the time to remind the racing world who we are and embrace what it truly means to take the lead.
36, get to the back bumper of the 4 and give him a big push.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
This is a limited time offer, so buy yours today. Visit raceworldoffshore.com and use coupon code CHAMPIONSHIP.
What does it mean to be here since 1914? It means weathering every era, every challenge, every mile of change. It means integrity, perseverance, dedication, honesty, and above all, taking care of people. For more than a century, we've earned trust the only way it can be earned: by showing up, standing by our word, and doing right by our customers. Come see for yourself. Since 1914, always Graf.
Your machine got you here, and the Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit will get you home. This compact tire filling kit comes with over 200 grams of CO2 for filling your motorcycle, side-by-side, and ATV tires. No batteries, no disappointment. The only US-made CO2 valve.
To me, being a mountain guide is just the greatest opportunity to share my passion for skiing and climbing with people who are new to it. My main goal out there is to take care of and shepherd other people through the mountains, make sure that they don't get hurt, they don't get into trouble, guide them to places they always wanted to go but needed the skill set and knowledge of a guide to help them in accomplishing that goal. And then come back safe. No 2 days are ever the same in the mountains. Everything changes, the weather, the avalanche hazards. Not everything is really perfectly safeguarded. The mountains are an uncertain place. So it's a fine line, but I think when you can trust somebody and you do push them to a higher level, it's really rewarding. Ultimately, it's not a question of if any accident's ever going to happen if you're doing a lot of mountain guiding, but it's when. The knowledge that we have a really strong partner in our insurance company is essential. I'm helping my clients achieve great things in the mountains, achieve their goals in the mountains, and that's what X Insurance does for me. They were there for us when we needed them. They're providing an opportunity for us to go out and guide mountain climbing and backcountry skiing in the beautiful Wasatch Range, and that's something that I wouldn't feel comfortable at all doing without a great insurance company behind us. I know that I can trust them and I can go forward with confidence.
We started our business from the ground up. We started it with a pickup truck and trailer, and to this day we run almost 40 trucks every day with over 50 employees.
We are a family-run business, meaning the key people that run our company, and we try to take care of their families as well as they take care of ours. Relationships are one of the most important things that we have in our business.
Our relationships with vendors, such as X Insurance, has been really proven to help us along the way to continue our growth and continue to succeed in business.
Well, insurance is the most important component to our industry because of the fact that we are so labor intense and equipment heavy. There's a lot of opportunities for things to happen.
As we grew our business, our truck insurance costs kept rising and rising. And what happened to us was we had a series of accidents, some self-inflicted, some of them by just vehicles on the street running into us. And with that combination, we ended up getting dropped by our insurance company. And so we're out there in the market. Nobody would write us except for X Insurance. We managed to keep our doors open, and We came up with a heck of a safety program with them.
And as we continue to grow and continue to do all these different safety programs and safety training classes, we've noticed that not just our drivers are safer, but our overall productivity has improved.
We knew that we could do better in our business, and a lot of our business problems were growing pains, and they were willing to take the time to learn our business with us and to listen to us. And we're very fortunate that X Insurance came through and give us the chance and willing to take the risk.
Without X Insurance, we probably wouldn't be here today.
Stop at Sunoco. Go with confidence.
Join the fabulous feel of fuel power. Video game move off into turn 3.
At Sunoco Race Fuels, we started blending our first high-octane fuel in 1950. And since then, we've become leaders in the industry, helping drivers become leaders on the track. Today, we sit at the front of the pack with partnerships of more than 40 different racing bodies, including 20 years of fueling NASCAR.
Chastain past Hamlin.
But a true leader never rests on their laurels. Now's the time to remind the racing world who we are and embrace what it truly means to take the lead.
36, get to the back bumper of the 4 and give him a big push.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Giving it all or nothing.
From Michigan City, Indiana, we are back live here at Race World Offshore's Facebook page, YouTube channels, and X Insurance YouTube as well. We had some fast-moving rain that came through, has knocked us off. We had to evacuate our broadcast position and secure it as best as possible, but still we had to break down a lot of equipment to get it out of the rain, and currently are resetting up as the rain has subsided. Todd, Ryan, Eric, we are back here. Racing is going to resume here in the next 10 minutes or so. Class 1 boats have been brought out. Just in summary, we had a red flag that stopped racing. A big cell of rain moved in and created a visibility problem, and as we were racing again in bracket class 2, 300, and 500, we had another red flag. So we had a red flag for stoppage of the jackhammer class Cat 300 boat that flipped, and then a second because of the rain and the visibility. That rain then moved into our broadcast area by the VIP tent and just completely shut down our broadcast. So we're gonna have limited camera views for the moment, and Ryan and Eric and I don't have a monitor at this point, so we're going to just broadcast what we see. So bear with us as we put things together. And we are told that all classes will race as scheduled, but they'll go to how many?
They're starting. Yeah, they're starting coming towards us now. All races, the balance of the day will be 5 laps.
Okay, so all balance of the classes will race 5 laps.
And the Class 1 boats are heading toward us now with the pace boats, so they are starting, and we will just call them as they come into view.
So these are your somewhat old days, at least for us, of radio broadcasting when there was no television cameras at all. And as soon as we get a monitor, we'll be able to broadcast what you may be seeing. And we are putting our camera positions back together as they've dropped the green flag on Class 1
Yeah, it looks
racing.
like they started both classes together here.
Did they?
I think, I could be wrong, that the 2 V-bottoms are out there with the Class 1 boats. Maybe there's 2 starts, but they're going now. We don't have a monitor like you said, but all the way on the inside is the out-of-pocket X Insurance boat.
Billy, they had the pole position, right?
Billy Moore and Kevin in that boat got a good start. And right beside them, Johnny and Willie in the MTI got a good start too. No, that's actually Discreet.
That's Discreet.
The biggest boat in the class, Discreet. They should suit to their advantage. They're heading right towards start-finish. Right, they're 3 wide, battling along.
Yeah, Monster.
Discreet taking the early lead.
Yeah, Monster not looking too bad as well. Discreet takes the early lead as they come through on lap number 1 of 5.
Club Car Wash just came past Monster way out in lane 5 or thereabouts, so they're going through the west turn now.
They're running 4 and 5, and then X Insurance 11, and then WHM 6 and 7.
Yeah, the Monster MCon took a great line through the first turn and gained a whole lot of positions right there, and went from like 5th or 6th right up to 4th. So they're gaining time rapidly.
Out of
pockets checking out
turn too, when they got past Discreet. So they are now pulling away.
Yeah, they were the boat that was the best set up during the qualifying.
I can't imagine they changed much. They had the best weight distribution.
Yeah, why would they? So our big Class 1 boats are out and running. We're back in action here at the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix.
And here comes our 2 V-bottom starters in the Super V class, the DSK Outer Limits in the Cortez Cove Fountain, Go GPS SV1 entry. Kurt Brito and Rob Locklear in that one. I'm not sure who's driving the DSK boat. Tim
Linden drives it, and Charlie, was it Connolly? Same team that was in the boat in St. Clair. And the interesting thing is these are team boats.
Yeah,
Rob owns both of them. Or does Kirk own the Fountain?
Kirk does not own the Fountain.
But I know that
they're partners in it. And Go GPS team, Cortez Cove Fountain there, the national champions from last year in APBA.
Yep.
And they're running side by side right now at the south end of the course, making their way around the corner. Cortez Cove taking the wide line around DSK to slide into the inside. Oh, Monster 06, Monster Energy MCon is out of the race. I just heard them call in and say they're good, but they're pulling into the center course.
Yeah, I can see them midway down, it looks like.
They're out of the race already, the 06.
Wow.
Wind still blowing a steady 15, 17, 18 miles an hour out of the east. It's not relenting at all, and it's already started that east-northeast lean that's been forecast over the next 24 hours to switch around to the north at some point late on Sunday. Rain expected to diminish over the next 24 hours. We're hoping for the Google street party that we're going to be able to get the boats paraded into downtown Michigan City this afternoon. The skies are definitely looking clearer after that big rain shower system that moved through and suspended racing in our live stream.
We still got 2 rows of boats coming at us right now. 2 boats broke away out front, and that's going to be the number 10 X Insurance Out of Pocket Racing, Kevin and Billy Moore, and then in the discrete boat having a great run, the 07 Mystic, hot on their tail there as they head down. Behind them is the 32 Willie Cabezas MTI, and then right on his tail is the 03, the Club Car Wash boat, making up for lost ground they did in qualifying. They're having a great run so far, currently in 4th.
Yeah, Darren Nicholson's 222 offshore boat now teaming up with Dirty Money's Bill Pyron, and it's Club Car Wash running in 4th.
Yeah, I actually got to visit Darren Nicholson's shop last week in Australia, and they're preparing their boat to race the Australian Series as well at the 222 shop. It was great to see Peter Muddy McGrath back in good spirits and back at work. He's had health issues and battling it, and legendary throttle man, Muddy. We're glad to have you back on the right path, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now X Insurance, JJ Turk and Nick Buis are coming by. Their boat that's been repaired yet again, and WHM is off the pace.
Race control giving Super Cat and Class 2 a 10-minute warning to get ready to push off and get ready to set the mill. Class 1 UIM World Championship is underway here in Michigan City after a severe weather delay with rain and visibility issues.
These Class 1 boats, I mean, they thrive in water this big, but they're, I don't know if anybody's quite ready. As rough as it is right now, it wasn't ever anticipated to be quite this rough today. Maybe tomorrow was going to be.
Well, when you get a boat of this size and you're coming into a turn at 100 miles an hour and then the wind's blowing across you, what is that? How are you dealing with that in the cockpit?
Praying.
No, but I mean, does it make you switch lanes unexpectedly or something like that?
Of course it does, and you're wondering when you're going to hit the swell, or as I keep saying over and over again, that you get in the trough, and especially in the corners, you try to pick your line. When it was this rough in Cocoa Beach, when I got to race earlier this year, I was just telling my driver to pick his rut, like in motocross. Pick your swell you want to stay between and try to drive it through the corner in that swell so the wind doesn't blow you around. So pick your rut and make your way through if possible.
Yeah, we got a solid race for the lead in Class
Super
1,
V.
but right now our Super V's coming in front of us here for the end of their first lap. All classes running 5 here.
The Go
today.
GPS Fountain is out front, but not by much.
Yeah, the Cortez Cove, Kirk Brito, Rob Lockyer, they're out front currently with their team boat. The DSK is just on their inside, the outer limits. They're making their way into the turn at the south end, and like I said, picking their lane, picking their rut, where they want to make it through. They're playing nice for now, but I assume on the last lap, these guys are really going to let it have it to battle it out for the checkered flag.
Well, the Fountain can outturn the outer limits, so that's not really a surprise that they should be getting through that cleaner, don't you think?
I mean, they're taking the outside line, but again, as they exit the turn right now, they're side by side.
So the out of
here's X Insurance out of pocket, leading on Class 2. Kevin Burrell, the rookie driver, getting a lesson, and Discreet is still in second.
Yep, they're about
50-foot Mystic.
8 seconds off the pace.
And in third right now, Club Car Wash has moved into the third position. Billy Pyburn and Darren Nicholson out of Australia doing a great job moving forward after a tough showing in qualifications. Like we said, it wasn't going to really dictate the results of this race, but they're moving forward on a podium position right now as the 32 MTI, Willie Cabeza and Johnny Tomlinson slide into the 4th place.
Well,
we got some monitor back up for us to go. We can announce what we're seeing and what we're showing the fans. There
Gracias, Ian. Thank you very much.
There you see Cabeza and Tomlinson making their way around the corner at the southwest end here. Back on WHM, the smallest boat in Class 1, former Super Cat. So it's they're missing a bit of the length they really need for this class, especially in these conditions.
Yeah, Chris Hopgood driving for Billy Moff. Want to say hey to Billy.
Billy's on the mend from a recent surgery. He's in good spirits. We saw him around the pit area, but he's just not cleared quite yet to get back in the cockpit. There's the X Insurance 48-foot MTI, Class 1 entry, JJ Turk and Nick Buis.
All these Class 1 boats running the Mercury 1100 QC4V turbocharged engines.
Gene Grieber, the crew chief, did the repairs on the boat for this race after their most recent flip. There's WHM. They have a new boat up at Skater, correct?
Yeah, it's been sitting there for quite a while. I'm not sure which direction they're going with. I know they had one that was for sale up there, and then they had a secondary, bigger boat being built, I think, than what they had originally anticipated to race in Class 1. There you see the Monster MCon team down on pod or idling in, it looks like there. How low profile that boat really is amazing.
There's your leader in Class 1, the out-of-pocket X Insurance team.
This is Billy Moore Water.
Yeah, I'm sure Kevin Burrell in there is getting the ride of his life. Billy Moore showing him the way around and life lessons learned here. Billy Moore thrives in big seas like this. His father was the originator of the throttleman position. Rest in peace, our fearless Bobby Moore, the legendary throttleman in offshore racing.
Good shot of our leader here coming in on lap number 3 of 5 in Class 1 out-of-pocket racing.
Stretching it out, too.
Look like the roof hatch is opening up and bouncing around a little bit. That can be a bit unnerving if you're racing the boat. It's clanking around a little bit. It's tough, especially in these conditions, to reach up there and close that roof hatch on the X Insurance out-of-pocket boat. But they're still coming down in front of us right now. Got a commanding lead over the Discreet 07 boat, but it's really a great run for Adam Carpenter and Reese Langheim in that Discreet boat. They
had a good run in Atlantic City.
That thing
too.
showed signs. Yeah, the roof hatch is definitely bouncing around there on that number 10 boat.
So they're turning laps in about 3 minutes 25 seconds.
That's lap 3 of 5.
Yep. And Discreet falling off the pace there by about 15 seconds now. So
I talked to the crew
doubled
chief
that lead
for Discreet in Atlantic City, and he said they made some changes that worked, and they found some speed, and the boat kind of came out of nowhere really in Atlantic City.
Yeah, they're
good to see.
A new team, a new boat to those guys. Adam Carpenter had a pleasure boat and been pleasure boating for a couple years, and decided he was going to go racing.
DSK is out front.
Yep.
Super V. And the fountain, you can tell it is slowed in Super V.
There's GC Racing. They're behind Club Car Wash in 4th place.
And there's Marine Technology, the 32, currently in 4th place in Class 1. Johnny Tomlinson, Willie Cabeza. As they make their way around the corner, they're definitely slowing down. They're stuck behind the 2 Super Vs right now. So they got to dodge the forward traffic as they move forward here.
Once again, the plan is to finish all classes. They will run 5 laps. So we have Super Cat and Class 2 coming up. And the UIM World Championship, Class 2.
Now, I haven't seen anything about whether or not Mod V is still going to run today.
I mean, they said all classes.
Okay.
That's what I kind of heard. So at this moment, I think everybody's coming back out.
Well, because originally Mod V was on the schedule for tomorrow, and then they moved him up.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that's going to still. We'll see. We'll know when they come out if they do.
Again, we've got the boats parading down to the Google Street Party later on this afternoon. I did talk to Scott Miller, of the director of the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. He said that that they could race as late as 6 o'clock. So I'm not sure they want to do that today, but we'll find out. We're all putting this back together as we're just got a monitor to watch the shots with you. Thanks for tuning back in to the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. We're watching our Class 1 teams cruise through on their fourth lap.
WHM, Billy Moth has been a generous benefactor of the local zoo here in town over the years.
Jack Arnett said to $160,000 over the years. He's been, his boats have been at these races all 17 years. Get well soon, Billy.
Not sure I know of a bigger animal lover than him, with his dogs and his huskies. And
yep, 100%. WHM boat now coming in front of the fans at the VIP area. As we get a look at our leader in Class 1 out-of-pocket racing. And again, they're turning a lap right there in that 3:26 mark. They've got the boat on pace here today.
Just looking behind them. They're still out front, but there's a race of brewing for the second place right now. Club Car Wash is rolling up fast on the back of the Discreet. This should be a really interesting turn as we get down here to the south end of the course. The veterans in the driver's seats of the Club Car Wash boat trying to get around the rudder boat probably should steer around this corner pretty well. There he goes, right to the inside, gaining a lot of ground really fast. Discreet hangs on, holds the throttles down, makes a great corner, but there's going to be a drag race down the back stretch here.
Well,
for second
rudder
place.
Boat too.
Yeah, they're both rudder boats with surface drives.
Yeah, the Discreet has, like, they built their own version of the Trimax.
Yeah.
The guy's describing the action that's not on screen.
Sorry.
The Super V leaders.
We got racing going on,
you
and,
can hear
and
the
there's
crowd.
crowds cheering and jumping up and down on the beach
Because
here.
off screen there is a battle going on for second. It looks like Club Car Wash goes by. DSK and Go GPS. Then now back to the race for second place
in Class 1.
In the Class 1 UIM World Championship.
And they're about to put the WHM boat a lap down. Looks like at least Hopgood and Jay Muller are getting out of the way for the guys racing. Now we're back to the DSK Cortez Cove Fountain Battle in Super V class. Two closely knit teams racing in the Super V class here. Back down onto the north end of the course as the team, we're on a red flag again.
We're under red flag again, ladies and gentlemen. Hearing that from race control, goodness. That's our third red flag of the day here in Michigan City, Indiana.
But they've run enough of the laps that they'll probably just call this one.
Imagine so, and we did watch Club Car Wash go by Discreet.
I see a helicopter going down on the deck there. I don't know if there was an issue there. There's a helicopter at the north end of the course checking on somebody there in a rescue boat, making their way around.
I see something low. See it just beyond the rescue boat? There's
trying to figure out why.
There's something I don't want to see, but and my binoculars don't go that far. So
yeah, there's definitely a boat upside down over there.
Yeah.
Definitely, I see the bottom of a cat. The rescue divers are there. The helicopter's there. The rescue boat's there. But I can't make out which team it is.
Well, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but we'll know when they all come by. Oh, who is that? That's Discreet on the monitor, isn't it?
It's Discreet.
It's Discreet, yes.
Yep.
Adam Carpenter, Reese Langheim. Looks like they're both out of the boat already.
Sorry to see that.
Tough day for the Langheim family.
Yeah.
God bless you. They were racing hard for second place with Club Car Wash. race has been called by Race Control. Your winner today in Class 1 will be Out of Pocket Racing.
Second place will be Club Car Wash after a poor showing in qualifying, and they were doing a great job.
Would it be second, though? Or
Yes.
are you scored on where you crossed the line on the previous lap?
If you bring out the red flag, you cannot, you're not
that's right.
scored in that position.
Okay, so second. So that would put GC Racing third, X Insurance fourth, WHM fifth.
It was a hard charge by Club Car Wash, and on that eastbound leg there, Out of Pocket, your leader. Discreet was about 12 seconds behind when they passed the start-finish line, but Club Car Wash ended up going by them before the red flag. But it was a great day for Out of Pocket Racing.
Yeah.
They nailed it.
Yeah, they nailed it. Immediately when they came out, you could see the boat running at a great attitude and having a strong run. Billy Moore and his guys, Rolf, and everybody on that team had a great setup.
Well, Billy's had a lot of experience with the victories in this Class 1 configuration now. Although it is interesting because he said there's a definite difference between this boat and the one he had last year.
So we're watching Angel 1 over the top of Discreet. Went over after losing second place to Club Car Wash, and then now over and getting the pilots secure. We're going to have a shot to get a checkered flag being presented to Discreet Offshore. They are going to give out a checkered flag to them here today.
I hope you don't mind if I correct that and say Out of Pocket.
What did I call them?
Discreet.
Discreet, I apologize. We need more going on here today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no Discreet, obviously. Tough day for them. Good to see them sitting on the boat, and here's the flag presentation. You can see obviously red flag again for a second straight race here.
As a racer, this is one of the highlights of your life right there. Is this scene right here is pulling up to the pace boat to receive your checkered flag. During the race, show it off for the fans and put your driver, as a throttle man, you put your driver up there, usually the owner of the boat, to get his checkered flag. And this is what, as racers, we live for, is this moment right here when you get this flag. This one's going to be a stunt. Woo. Oh, look at the catch on the bounce.
On the bounce.
On the bounce.
Wow.
Never seen that one before. That was pretty good stuff right there. So Kevin getting his first checkered flag in Class 1 racing. He's got the man, Billy Moore, in the boat with him. So they did a great job, and they showed all comers today. They were prepared from the very beginning with the right setup in these conditions.
Looking at your winner in Class 1 UIM World Championship Racing.
So that's winner of day one, but they combine the points for the 2 days for the overall weekend, right? For the overall winners.
No, for this series, I believe they're counting each day.
Each day is its own race?
Yeah, for the World Championship Series,
okay.
I believe.
No, they wouldn't have given them a checkered flag if not, I imagine.
Usually not, correct.
Okay.
Looking at our number 2 boat overall, Club Car Wash, Darren Nicholson and Bill Pyburn.
Sure, that makes the 15-hour flight from Sydney to Dallas a little more amenable to Darren.
Just heard from Race Control, Mod B has been rescheduled, officially announcing that they will race tomorrow instead of today.
So then we're going to do 2 more races today?
Correct. We have 2 more races left. We have Super Cat in Class 2 UIM World Championship Racing.
And then Super Stock to close it out.
13 boats, biggest field.
I think we're down one.
These conditions.
We down one?
Because remember we were watching Say Less get pumped out.
I did go visit the Say Less pit between rainstorms, and they have them large delaminated side of that boat, as well as they had their Class 2 boat in pieces. So I'm not expecting that their Class 2 boat is going to make this restart. The very rough conditions in practice and qualifying this morning led to a lot of broken parts, and I'm not going to be surprised if we're missing more than a couple Class 2 boats.
Class 2.
Yep, there's definitely some broken parts out there. And I'm not expecting to see either Celeste boat today make the start.
Yeah, unfortunately, in Class 2, many of the problems that you as a super stock racer encountered when you went to the four-stroke engines.
Motor mounts.
Yeah, with the motor mounts and the bolts. And so, especially in conditions like this, they're having some real trouble, especially with those heavier 500R engines now.
We should give a shout out to Sarah Langheim. I'm sure she's had a tough day.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. But the boys are safe, and they're always pushing hard, striving to be the best. We appreciate the Langheim family and the entire family at the Manatee Marine Unlimited. You see.
Uh-oh.
What?
Class 2 boats are going back in.
All of them?
Montlick is headed back in, and Smith Hauling is.
I see that. It's probably because where's the discrete boat at?
Still way out middle course right there.
They're probably waiting until
they got all the assets out there to take care of that boat, and I did hear they had to send the rescue helicopter in to restock it with some rescue divers. So they could just poke back right inside that break wall.
Just to stay protected.
Yeah, get out of the swell a little bit inside of that break wall probably. But we're still waiting on all the Super Cats to come out from that view right there. None of the Super Cat boats are on their way out just yet.
Well, plus if you look at the way all these flags are blowing, if they just get inside the break wall, they'll be leeward from the wind. So.
This is the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix presented by Maximum Inflation. Listening on the Race World Offshore live stream. And that's at Race World Offshore's Facebook page and YouTube channels. Also at X Insurance's YouTube channel. Be sure to like and subscribe. Todd Swafford along with Ryan Beckley, the American Powerboat Association Offshore Racing Chair, and Ryan Beckley of SpeedOnTheWater.com, who writes all of the stories for offshore powerboat racing, and we'll be recapping this event on Monday after our 2 days of racing here. Looking forward to checking out Matt Trulio's story about the announcement of the APBA UIM series for 2027, already announced this morning by Larry Blyle of Race World Offshore, a 7-race series starting in April. Check that out at SpeedOnTheWater.com. Also like to thank our local partners in media here, WIMS in Michigan City and LaPorte, and the LaPorte County Public Access Channel that is broadcasting our races this weekend. We appreciate them doing that, and as you, the fans, hanging with us through these weather delays and technical delays that we've had due to the wind and the water in our broadcast area, but we are back. Special thanks to the entire crew of Extreme Angles, led by Chris and Ian. And in terms of our broadcast team, J.W. Powell, who's running around
like a headless chicken.
Yeah, trying to put things together through a stressful situation. You see
and if you had any wonder why the racers love coming here, look at the people still on the beach.
Yeah.
You know, that's appreciation, and that means something to the guys running the boats.
Then they put together a really nice tented area for the race teams that's packed over there on the east end by the lighthouse, or the west end. VIP tent here, very packed as well. And we're open for better weather tomorrow. Less rain, certainly. We are going to have winds. I mean, winds are definitely going to be a problem tomorrow once again. Ryan, you raced here every year. I mean, that's nothing new here, really.
Oh, no, we were here one year when we were in the water ready to go out, and they canceled the whole event one morning. But it was bigger, windier, not it was sunnier than this, but it was windier and rougher, and it was probably the right call. I hate to say it, but we've raced in flat calm here. We've raced in rough, and it can change in a matter of hours.
Yeah,
in a matter of hours, it changes here.
The cold water, Lake Michigan, and especially on a hot day, you know, with the convection between the two, with the cold water meeting the hot air.
Whoa! Monitor.
Monitor went over.
Ride her down.
Wind.
It's still working, Ian. Relax.
All right.
So yeah, the water conditions can change rapidly here. It's not huge rough, but the wind makes
it's okay.
definitely
It's still
effects.
standing. Talking. It's good, guys. We got it.
So what's your preference, Throttleman?
Oh, I'm.
Are you
a rough water guy?
I mean, I remember watching you race the 30 in Englewood in that really rough race at the World Championships. And
yeah, that was a good race with my buddy Greg Dorenzo, and we were able to pass on the last lap to take the super stock win. I think that was 2019.
Wasn't that Solello?
Nope.
There was one
Greg
year that it was
Dorenzo.
Joe.
Yeah, not in my boat at that race. Joe did race with me a couple times.
Okay.
World champ Joe. He's probably out there listening. Joe did win the world in the FJ boat with Gary one year at Englewood as well.
Oh, yep.
So yeah, I personally like rough water when it slows the fastest guys down because I've never had the fastest boat. So when you can make it offshore, I like racing in that. So there's a few guys like you'll see today, like we saw the qualifying for super stock. Gary Ballou, put on a clinic in qualifying, and if those conditions go like that, you probably will see them run out front.
Well, I mean, so many times I walk around, see, racers I've known for so long, and they're like, it's not rough enough for us.
Yeah.
That's why I'm curious to see Billy Allen, because Billy Allen reminds me of those NASCAR guys who they don't care if they qualify perfectly. They qualify decently, but then they set up for the race.
Right, and that's what we mentioned earlier. Like qualifying wasn't going to be a big deal today, especially when it was going to be rough. And guys that know that they have rough water boats know they don't have to have the pole position to win that race.
And Billy's on he's on the preferred side of the commitment buoy, I'm pretty sure, in the starting grid for super stock.
He's not. He's just outside.
So that'll be
He'll be in
enough.
lane 1 outside the commitment buoy.
I mean, still, it's way better to have the commitment buoy. It spreads everybody out.
Oh yeah, that way 13 boats aren't going for 10 foot of real estate in the first turn.
Right. So I mean, you still have a chance to win to be on the outside.
Yeah, and he's done it before.
Especially if there's some bump.
One of the favorites in the rough, and great at setup, and great at distributing the weight. There's a lot of guys that will be bold on the first lap coming down here, but this first turn in super stock in any class today is going to make or break some people.
Yeah. And then the other guys that you always hear, Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou, it's rough. We're ready.
Yeah.
We want it. And they've got the right boat for it.
They want it for sure.
Yeah.
They've had a difficult go of it this year in that boat, especially since getting the new boat. Just a few tweaks to it, a lot more headroom for a big guy Cole, and so I'm sure they're amped up and hoping to go sooner than later.
We're waiting for Super Cat in Class 2 to come out.
At the last race, when they raced the super stocks in St. Clair, they definitely got pinched at the start.
Yeah, they had a rough go of it. I actually got showed some videos of that yesterday by the other guys in the class. So, yeah, their lane closed out rapidly into the race, and the direction that course goes in St. Clair on the river, it pinches you off. Another boat got disqualified for pinching somebody else off in that race, or moved to 5th place. So it's challenging to race there, but those guys know that they didn't have the fastest boat, especially for a calm water race. So yeah, they got pinched at the start, but they probably didn't have the boat to win that race anyways.
Again, awaiting our next start. We're going to have 2 more races for you here this afternoon in Michigan City. A windy day and some rain throughout the morning and now throughout the afternoon. Although things are looking better now in terms of the wet stuff clearing up for us, with Super Cat in Class 2 holding inside the marina area until they can come out and race. We're waiting for helicopters to refuel to restock after Angel 1 their
Yeah,
divers go in the
Because
water.
whenever they deploy a diver, they have to replace that diver in the helicopter. So they have additional personnel ready to go, but they have to go back to the airport and get them.
Yeah, they were supposed to have a forward landing zone pretty close here to be able to do that. So I'm not sure what's taking the moment to get that, or unless they did have to go all the way back to the airport, which I'm not even sure where the airport is here in Michigan City.
I can't recall if that was more for if they had a forward area to land, if they had to bring in like a patient for additional medical assistance, as opposed to loading more divers. So that's the only question I had there.
Waiting resumption of racing here in Michigan City, Indiana. We're back for more tomorrow as well. We got qualifying done.
Yep.
And if I could get to my scheduled events, which I can't because they're all stuck together because everything got.
You want a rundown for tomorrow?
Yeah, you got one. If you could pull that up for me real quick, I'd appreciate it, Eric.
Yeah.
Full day of. I know we'll have our bracket class 600 boats starting racing.
Yeah, actually, we on Sunday we start with bracket class 7 and V limited.
Okay.
Race 2 is super stock. Race 3 is start 1 super cat. Start 2 class 2. Race 4 is mod V, bracket class 6, and cat 300. But this might change now because there's only one cat 300. We don't know if it's going to run.
I believe so.
And then the last race of the day is class 1. So stay tuned because that could change, but that was the original plan.
What's going to happen to the jackhammer class 200 boat?
It's been marked with
class 2 boat, pardon me.
Oh, as far as what?
Reese was in the.
Oh, you mean for this afternoon's race?
Yeah, for this race right now. Whether he'll be able to get to that boat.
Well, I can see one thing. I can see that they got the jackhammer 300 boat under tow now. There's actually, I think the team went out there to rescue it themselves, and they got it being pulled in over here, and it's under tow heading in. So those guys worked very, very hard. I wouldn't be surprised if you see that thing out there tomorrow. I'm trying to find back where I saw it, but they do have it under tow, and it's coming back in. And get that thing flushed out. The guys from Manatee Marine, Julian and all his guys, I know they wish they had Ricardo here to work on it too, but it's under tow. They'll get it into the boat ramp and get it on the trailer, and anything's possible to dry that thing out. And thank goodness it's fresh water, but they might be able to do it.
Now, question is, when a boat goes over, where are the two guys who were in the boat? What are they on as their boat's being towed in? Are they on the tow boat?
No, they're usually on a
okay?
medical boat. Medical boat almost always takes the rescue the
competitors.
Yeah.
So would they have brought them in so Reese could get in the jackhammer boat if he's cleared?
If he's cleared.
Okay.
They're calling out the Super Cats right now. Graydell was the fast boat in qualifying.
Yep.
Yeah, I just got a text that said if needed, if Reese is not cleared to race, that Jeremy Tashida will be back. It will be in the jackhammer boat with Julian if there's an issue. You know, one big family over there. Those guys had a long talk with Jeremy yesterday about the state of things, and him and I talk quite often actually. So it's good to see those guys working together. If Reese is not in a position to get back out there.
Yeah, I figured something like that. There'd be someone willing to get in there.
I could have gone. Nobody called me. Julian, buddy.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
So I'm glad to see those guys got that boat under tow. It's a state of dismay. You feel bad for somebody that works so high.
Oh, I see it now behind the pontoon boat?
Yeah, they're towing it with a pontoon boat. It's under tow, and that boat's very, very low profile, and it's very low to the water. So no matter what happens, it's a lot of work to keep that boat going forward.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm surprised that the pontoon boat has the grunt to do it. They usually, and they probably rented it, and usually rental pontoons don't have a big outboard.
So that's under tow. The Class 2 boats, the Factory 500s, are sitting there waiting, and we're still waiting on the helicopter to come back out and get the Super Cats and Class 2 back on course here to work the day out.
Discreet is just coming past the finish line, so they might get Discreet past the west turn before they send out.
Yeah, they definitely are going to get that past there, but there's nobody even coming out yet, so they're good on that front.
That's a lot of boat to be pulling. That's a fairly small towboat U.S. boat.
Yeah, she's a big boat. Yeah.
That's one of Dave Scott's old boats, right?
Correct. Yep, that was the Bud Select boat originally.
Yep.
Bud Select, Bud Light. It raced under a few different liveries over the years, and it spent the last couple years as somebody's pleasure boat, tooling around Lake of the Ozarks mostly. Ron Zolzak was threatening to go race it this year with Dave Scott, actually.
Right, I heard that.
We announced that it was made at Super Cat Fest when we were having our offshore vintage party there last year.
All right, well, someone's flying a drone all the way out there. It just left here, so I hope it's a legal drone.
Thanks for hanging with us here at the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. Live stream coverage brought to you by Maximum Inflation. The new Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit by Maximum Inflation is the only U.S.-made valve that uses CO2 cartridges for your side-by-side motorcycle or ATV. The machine got you there. The Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit gets you home.
Yeah, the Discreet boat is just passing the buoy, the last buoy of the western turn. So I bet we start seeing them, Super Cats and Class 2 boats on their way out.
Yeah, man. Thanks, Ryan. Ryan Beckley stepping away for a moment. So, Mike 4, you can turn down, guys, in the studio.
Ryan's heading up top. Must be some high-level stuff.
Maybe we'll get the scoop. And we appreciate, again, everyone hanging with us through all of this. We're glad to bring it to you. I could think of about 9 or 10 different places I'd rather be to bring it to you from. The goodness week. It's a good deal that we came with our rain gear.
Yep.
It didn't help the electronic equipment, although we did have some tarps set up. It was just too windy and rainy to sustain it, but we managed to piece it all back together, and we're back on the air.
We should give a shout out to the people doing all the scoring and having to sit up in the wind above us and try to keep an eye on all that and keep it straight.
Yep, they were definitely above us. We're going to take a quick break. We come back, Ryan Beckley will rejoin us, and hopefully we'll be closer to getting this the second to last race of the day on for you with Super Cat and Class 2 UIM World Championship racing. Back after this time out with more from the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix.
Stop at Sunoco. Go with confidence.
Join the fabulous feel of fuel power. Video game move off into turn 3.
At Sunoco Race Fuels, we started blending our first high-octane fuel in 1950. And since then, we've become leaders in the industry, helping drivers become leaders on the track. Today, we sit at the front of the pack with partnerships of more than 40 different racing bodies. including 20 years of fueling NASCAR.
Chastain past Hamlin!
But a true leader never rests on their laurels. Now's the time to remind the racing world who we are and embrace what it truly means to take the lead.
36, get to the back bumper of the 4 and give him a big push!
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
What's the power of this? I'm about to win it again. I let the energy in, then I can maneuver. You should be witnessing this. I gotta win it again. I'm on an energy kick. I gotta maneuver. Are we giving it all or nothing? See the people.
The X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix, Michigan City, Indiana. I'd like to thank our local sponsors, NIPSCO, Graph Auto Campus, and Google. And all of the great vendors here. What an amazing job that Scott Miller, Chelsea Miller have done putting together just a huge assortment of vendors and different foods that are available for the fans in both the dry pits and here in the viewing area. And we're hearing from race control 5 minutes for them to begin moving out to the milling area. If you're just joining us, we've had quite a few delays here with the weather and a couple of boats going over. Everybody's good in both incidents. And as a result, we've had to shorten the remainder of the days. We had a red flag race stoppage in our second start of the day due to visibility, and big rain shower moved through, shut down our broadcast operation. But they put together a limited schedule, 5 laps, and in our Class 1 UI World Championship race, we had the discrete team go over as well, red flag that race. So it's further delayed the finish before the boats head out for the parade and Google Street Party in downtown Michigan City. Again, we appreciate you hanging with us and staying to watch the Saturday part of this 2-day event here in Michigan City, Indiana. That wind continues just to blow strong, a steady 15, but starting to shift now a little bit to the east-northeast. And again, we mentioned it earlier, that's what the forecast is holding for tomorrow, for it to come around all the way to the north by the end of tomorrow. So we'll be keeping our eye on that. The good thing being rain is supposed to start diminishing by Sunday. Well, the Great L team had the fastest qualifying lap. No surprise, really. I remember 3 years ago, they were right in the hunt for the national championship with the Pro Floors team and MCON, and they were the rough water boat. Oh, I'd say in the last couple of years, they've also been one of the fastest boats in flat water. Team Great L.
HRE engines.
Yep.
Austin Blockers, Outlaw Performance.
Hey, Chris, can we get Ryan? Ryan's back with us. Let you know that you could bring his mic up. Yeah, I mean, that team's just come full circle, Ryan.
Yeah, well, they also switched throttlemen. Of course, they were a great team in rough water with Billy Moore in the boat. And then they swapped teams kind of, and Jay Muller ended up in the boat. And they did a lot of work in the HRE engines really put out a lot of power, and that boat does run great in both conditions. Jay's not afraid to run in any condition, does a great job, and that boat's got a long history of running up front under several different teams and names.
Yeah, and you mentioned Austin Blocker came to the team last year, and they really did. They did move out with a lot of speed, and gave Dirty Money all they could handle last year.
Yeah, they at this race they were
and
first and second, and yeah.
Billy Moore speaks highly of Austin, kind of as an up and coming setup guy and crew chief.
Yeah, Austin works really hard and long hours on that boat, and we went down there to put some graphics on for them for the Great L team at their shop in Fort Myers, and him and his guys were there late at night working on the boat, tweaking it, getting ready to take it to the next race at the time. But yeah, that's what they do, and Super Cat Racing demands a lot of your time and of course money to keep the Super Cat team running.
CR Racing had a solid qualifying outing as well. Yeah.
Second, right?
Yeah, second, I believe. Yep, if I remember correctly.
They're back with Sterling now.
Yep. Rob undersaw Casey Boaz, and have had a great year.
Yeah,
really.
That boat's run up front almost every race, and it's had a mechanical failure here or there, as in any Super Cat team does. They have motor issues are abundant in that class because they get so much power out of those engines for what they are. Big cubic inch, 509 cubic inch, I believe. Yep. Not running race gas, but they're getting 850 horsepower out of those engines, and you're holding them wide open for 45 minutes at a time.
Yeah, that's the thing with when you talk to throttlemen about calm water races. They don't really like because they just got to sit there and hold it on the wall the whole time.
Yeah, in calm water they do. They just hold it down.
It's a real proving ground for those naturally aspirated engines, different manufacturers, but the amount of RPMs they're spinning, all the load that the props are under, the engines, they get a lot of beating. They don't have that torque that you find in certainly the turbocharged Mercury engine, but they go through a lot of performance issues.
Yeah.
With those Super Cat engines.
You will proceed out of the harbor and down to the milling.
All right, so just getting word from race control that the boats are being released and they head down into the milling area, doing 5 laps with both Super Cat and Class 2. Both classes are in UIM 4, which are 4 recognized APBA classes that will be given awards in Monaco at the UIM World Championship ceremonies. Let's go over our grid in Super Cat. You got Dirty Money Racing, Wicked, CR Racing, How to Live Offshore, CJ Grant, and EWB. Let's talk a little bit about each one of these boats.
Dirty Money is Britt Lilly on the wheel with Bill Pyburn throttling. Wicked is Jackson Chase Muller. CR Racing owner Rob Understall is on the wheel with Casey Boaz. How to Live is Cade Wilson, the driver who owns Sterling Engines, and Mike Howe from good old Maine on the throttles. And Chris Grant, our north of the border representative from Canada, driving with Jay Muller, as we discussed, and their boat has the HRE engines. And then the boys from Lake Havasu, EWB, Kelly Crace, and what is his? Kelly's the throttleman, right, Ryan?
No, I believe Kelly's driving. Ron.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Ron is the throttleman, and Kelly's the driver. Sitting with them for a moment this morning.
In Class 2, we have the brand new boat, Monster Energy Hurt. Owner Tyler Miller on the throttles, Myrick Coyle driving. Say Less, we believe, is a scratch. Good Boy Vodka, the new Platinum, with Rob Lockyer throttling and Christian McCauley on the wheel. Team Montlick, Giovanni Carpatella throttling. Logan Adon driving. Jackhammer, Julian Maldonado on the throttles, and either Jeremy Sheeta or Reese Langheim driving, and Smith Hauling, the Lake Wiley racing boat with Joe Spaloric and Garrett Cooprod on the throttles. And I can see boats starting to make their way out on the other side of the breakwall by the lighthouse.
Yep, I see the pace boat now with the red flag up. I hear race control calling all the boats to the milling circle. So we got the X Insurance helicopter out there. So by the time they get to the milling circle, hopefully they'll have the safety helicopter with the SSR rescue team on board, and we can get back to racing the Super Cat and Class 2 World Championship Series.
So the big power engines of Super Cat naturally aspirated engines. Super Cat now since 2000, big boat class draws the attention of guys that like to kind of roll up their sleeves and run their own teams. You can choose from different engine manufacturers.
Just as the pace boat comes around the corner, the wind seems like it just picked up 10 miles an hour.
Doesn't it?
Just as the pace boat.
After you stood in the wind
yeah.
for 5 or 6 hours in a row, it just feels like it's not relenting at all. It's definitely picked up.
Yeah,
100%.
Pace boat's getting on plane coming out of the breakwall there. There's the other safety helicopter, so we should be on track to go racing here pretty quick. I am interested to see how many Class 2 boats make it back out to the race course here.
Looking overhead from the X Insurance helicam.
How to Live is running, one new motor and one old?
I think they ended up with both the old motors back in the boat.
They had
If I saw some of their social media postings correctly, it could be wrong. But
I think that one of the motors that they got, it was eviscerated in testing yesterday.
They had a bad batch of pistons.
So they had to bring in a beater, and so they're really working on a couple of limping engines.
So yeah, I see How to Live coming back out. There's Dirty Money right behind them. Great L.
Yep.
In Super Cat, the Class 2, the Montlick boat, the Lake Wiley racing team.
There's
CR's right behind them. The Hurt MCon monster boat in Class 2. Wicked's coming out.
And EWB.
EWB is coming out right behind them. Kelly and Ron from Lake Havasu in their 368 skater.
Ron Gibbs.
I couldn't put it together.
Again, apologize. All of our paperwork is wet and put away at the moment, so we're going mostly on memory at this moment.
These conditions will separate the who's and who's not in this rough water. And
I can't say I envy the guys in the smallest boat in EWB.
Yeah, they've done a good job. Those guys are really smart, and they've raced really smart. I hope they, at some point get a bigger boat to fit in the class a little better. But they're getting their feet wet. Not wet. They're doing a great job by not getting them wet.
Yeah, let's.
And they've been out here doing it and putting in the laps and finishing races, and that's half the battle is finishing races. So great attitude. Great to see some guys back from the West Coast racing. And I mean, when you were racing in the 90s, late 90s, Pacific Offshore had it going on. It was amazing to come out there. I think I got lucky enough to race out there. I think I shared a seat that you raced in once in the 30-foot Spectre Never Enough boat.
Yeah, I raced that a couple times with John.
With John Mulvihill. We haven't heard or seen of him in a long time. Good friends with Paul Whittier. And, the West Coast used to have, as you guys said, a really bitchin' scene out there. But,
I mean, if you look at Ragamuffin was a multi-time champion.
Ricky Ford and, all those guys. Dave Scott, Dave Thomas, Tom Stagg.
And
all the guys from the West Coast.
Dan Archer. Dan McNamara, Team Archer.
Danny Mac. I got to run the Gentry Scarab with Danny Mac, Don Johnson's former boat last year at Lake Havasu. So that was our
Danny
Lake
Mac,
of the Ozarks.
Danny Mac built the boat that is now Burning Man, the 32 Speedster.
Yep, that was the original one. So we'll see. This is going to be challenging conditions for this guy. It's
Okay,
also, there's
Jackhammer's-
Jackhammer making it around the corner. Julian and Jeremy Cheetah rounding their way in their Valor, and
Have we confirmed that Jeremy's in there and
Oh,
not
he
Reese?
called me. He did call me. He didn't call me to come drive it, but he called me to tell me that Jeremy was going to be in the boat with them.
Okay.
So they're making it, and I know that thing will run really well in the rough water today. As long as they got their weight sorted out and put some weight forward in it, that thing will run good.
I'm curious to see how the Wicked boat does in this water.
I think they'll do just fine. They ran, I think, third in the roughest race of the year.
Yeah,
Up in,
I mean they
down
switched.
in Daytona.
They switched the exhaust configuration on that boat and went to tractor pipes instead of the Y pipes. Because with the Y pipes, to me, it sounded like the old Ilmore engine boats.
Yeah,
that
Y pipes always sounded really awesome, and all the. There's one more. They just called in the Good Boy Vodka boat. Is still in the pit area trying to get out to the course. So hopefully they'll round the point here in just a second and not hold this up too long.
Yeah, and they just scolded Jackhammer for running in the middle of the course instead of the racing lanes, just trying to get down there faster.
Yeah.
I just got to update. During qualifying, Jackhammer had an issue when we saw them go down for a minute, but apparently a throttle body came undone in that it was a quick, easy fix. So you should see some good speed out of that boat once this race starts.
Well, I would think it would like this water.
No, for sure.
Big boat.
Super Cat and Class 2 UIM World Championship coming up here at the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix.
I'm a little surprised just because they like rough water that Michelle Carcenti's team isn't here. They usually like to run in the rough, and that Doug Wright. We'll give a shout out to Troy Handon, the crew chief for that boat at Supreme Marine.
And the ace driver, Irv. We miss seeing Irv here.
Yep.
Irvin Grant, our buddy. Those guys have run a limited schedule the last couple of years, and I'm not sure of the current status of the boat. I know they broke a lot of stuff in Daytona, or in Cocoa Beach. They broke a lot of stuff in the boat.
Phil told me in Key West he was building a new boat in Italy, so that he was hoping to debut in Key West. But so hopefully we'll see them very soon. Back
Another guy running a limited schedule, but we always like to see him when he comes out is Darren Kittredge.
Yeah, Darren does a great job in
the North Wing.
He hurt his boat a lot in Cocoa Beach. He ran strong. He got a second place. They ran up front for a long time in Cocoa Beach, but they did a lot of damage to the boat. I know it's currently under repair at Grant's Signature Racing in Bradenton. I know that they should be putting it back together next week. So we'll probably see Darren at a couple more races, and then hopefully he'll make it to Key West this year.
As he calls the boat, the Unicorn.
It was a one-off boat. It was the second carbon fiber 32 Doug Wright that was built. It probably was a little light when it was first built.
Yeah.
Missing a couple layers of glass, and they've added them and added them and added them, trying to make it so she was a little more friendly to run in the ocean.
Just
the Hulk.
Go ahead. Yeah. All right, we did just get word. Good Boy Vodka, the new Platinum 428 is coming out.
Okay. Come on, Rob. Here it comes.
And this boat, too, is a very large boat for the class. And if you look at it, the sides of it, it's much taller than the rest of the boat, which could be a detriment as well, as much as this wind is picking up right now.
Right. Then it becomes a sail. The windage.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're watching it from our broadcast position. They are coming out. They've got a bit of running to do to get down to the milling area.
They said they've got the yellow flag up.
Yeah, Good Boy better put the hammer down if they want to make it around to the start of this race, or they're going to be starting a half a lap back.
Starting to feel a few more raindrops fall. Dealing with a very strong now east-northeast wind. Control championing Good Boy Vodka to get to the milling area so we can start this race. So we're listening to Race Control. So our Super Cat teams will start first. Then Class 2 UIM World Championship. And we'll end the day with Super Stock. Still the parade to the Google Street Party coming up later this evening here in Michigan City for those attending the race with us. And we thank you for everyone watching this race globally at Race World Offshore's Facebook page, YouTube channels, and also X Insurance YouTube. Full day of racing starts again tomorrow. And we'll be back for that right here. See the Motley Injury Attorneys team, center of the screen. Pace boat waiting to grab the Super Cat boats and begin the mill and get this second to last race underway. It'll be 2 starts here on this one. Super Cat's going first, and Class 2 on the second start.
Good Boy Racing, are you going to make it to the milling circle?
Where are they?
They're down there.
Yeah, they're race
just about there.
We're just hearing Race Controller.
Sporting to pace boat 2.
Talking to Good Boy Vodka, who's just starting to get down to the milling area.
What do you think are the chances that we might not see Super Stock with this wind?
Race Control to pace boat 1.
All right, you can see the Super Cats coming up.
The course is yours. When Good Boy's in the milling, you're clear to go.
All right, clear to go. So look for the pace boat to pick up these Super Cats and get going here. 5 laps. Racing ready to resume.
What do you think we'll see for speeds in these conditions, Ryan?
Oh, it's hard to say. In Super Stock, it's probably...
No, I mean just the Super Cats coming.
Down the first straightaway, somebody's going to get greedy and run it all out, and they'll be right around 100 probably.
Yep,
if not a little bit more until they hit that first wave going around the first corner.
Yeah, I had the Class 1 boats unofficially at about 85 miles an hour. Average lap, yeah. So it's pretty good for these big boys.
All right, pace boat 1, you're clear to start.
All right, we just got to clear to start the Super Cats. As long as everyone behaves and lines up, I don't think they're going to take too long to make that flag go green.
Yeah, I would assume it'd be a short yellow flag on the pace boat. They'll put it up pretty quick.
Man, there's got to be a lot of
Go ahead, Race Control.
Anxious.
You got an opening now if you want to cross.
Crew members in those boats just waiting to start. I mean, they've been milling for a long time.
Yeah.
And not to mention, give a shout out to the poor guys who are actually holding the flags on the pace boat.
Yeah, it's a challenge in itself for sure.
In this weather.
No, I got a whole new respect for it last year when I did the pace boat here last year, and it was quite the challenge.
Yeah, as soon as you go vertical with it, it's like, oh my God.
Yeah, you don't realize. There we go. The pace boat's up and going.
Pace boat's
with
up and
Super
running.
Cat. You see them coming across the screen right now. So the Super Cat should be lined up, and I would expect a green flag pretty quick.
Graydell in lane 1.
Graydell in lane 1.
CR2. CR should be in lane 2. Who's that coming up on the...
That's How to Live in the middle of your screen right now, and they're still under yellow flag, surprisingly.
Right, but that's Wicked, I think, in lane.
Yeah, it's Wicked in lane 2 right now. I I think we're still under yellow flag.
We
looks
are.
Like. Yeah,
Yep.
Getting ready to go. Now, there we go. We got the green flag.
Race is on in Super Cat.
Green flag. Dirty Money on the outside. Going to make a big run here. I can see that coming right away.
Yep.
You see that thing just motoring. It looks like they're from lane 4. So.
Yep.
Yeah, because they.
Graydell's got the inside line, but Dirty Money is on a tear right now, coming down. Great run. And Bill Piper, and he just got in. Both of these guys just got in from racing Class 1. Big flyer from Graydell right off the start. These are two semi-identical 388 skaters. Peter led and built. One has Goodwin power, and the other one has HRE power. But right now, the Goodwin power is hammered down out front. Britt Lilly at the wheel, Bill Piper on the throttle, getting it right here to the start-finish line now.
So Dirty Money in the early lead here as they will begin their first official lap as they come across the start-finish line here in front of the fans in the VIP area. It's Dirty Money as we get underway with racing lap number 1.
Yeah, as they head into the turn, this is where it's going to get real hairy. But the first couple guys already got a sight of this because they were in Class 1 boats. So a couple of these guys haven't seen it since this morning, and the wind's definitely picked up.
Looking back at the Class 2 UIM World Championship start.
How to live with a great start right there. They're right up to third already. That's very impressive for those guys.
Montlake Entry attorneys.
Montlake Entry out to an early lead. The Hurt MCon in second. The Lake Wiley there, the 44 in third. And here comes Jackhammer as we expected. Julian running him down really quick right now. He too, really good setup guy at a young age, and he's doing a great job. Family business, been in it his whole life, and
happy birthday.
Really well-rounded. I'm sure his son Maverick's at home screaming at the TV right now, and I think it was his mom, Miss Madison's birthday maybe yesterday.
Madison's birthday today. Happy birthday,
Happy birthday, Madison.
You know what I think we start calling Julian? The stealth missile. He doesn't say anything, but
yeah, he's very quiet. I went over there and talked to him for a few minutes between the rain delays, but they got a good run going. They got to get to the inside, protect that inside line. They get over with their
Monster Hurt is going to try to get to the inside.
Well, Monster Hurt's diving inside right now. Right. It looks like they almost just missed the buoy. I think they mistook the first buoy for the second one and had to back out of it. But Lake Wiley taking a flyer. Monster Energy taking the flyer to the inside. Here goes Lake Wiley to the inside right now. An aggressive move early on. Oh, Jackhammer just hits a big flyer there on the outside. Well, you see Montlake. These are the 238 Doug Wrights out front right now. Montlake and Lake Wiley.
Let's not get their sponsors mad. Smith Hauling.
I was going to ask you to correct me. It's Smith Hauling on the front on Lake Wiley Racing. There's the Good Boy Vodka boat coming by now. They got a late start, but
they're off the pace.
They're way off the pace.
Growing pains, teething pains are typical with, especially with a brand new boat.
Right.
They don't have any data on it. Red flag.
Dirty Money was in the lead in Super Cat, and we're just getting ready to announce that when we hear on race control, red flag. Trying to figure out.
Somebody's up.
Figure out what the cause of the stoppage is again.
There's a boat upside down out there, and I can't tell you who it is.
Is there? You can see one?
Yeah, for sure. There's somebody upside down out there. I can't tell who it is. The safety's on them. In the exact same spot where Discreet was upside down.
Yeah, so we just got to look for the chopper. Find the chopper. And it's EWB.
Yep.
Yeah, EWB. We're just talking about those guys. They've done such a great job keeping that thing right side up. Kelly Crass, Ron Gibbs aboard the 368 skater.
Angel 1, divers deployed. Give them opportunity, keep you updated on that as we to get more information, but we're back in a red flag situation.
Sean Steinert's team is earning their paycheck this weekend.
This will be the third consecutive start that we've had a boat go over here in Michigan City. Weather's been a real issue here in 2026. We're awaiting more information on the incident from race control, keeping an eye on it for you.
Course marshal is going to tie off to the boat that went over and hold it in position until the towboat that brought in Discreet can get back out there. By the sound of what we just heard,
they just asked for the boats to come back to the milling area to restart it, so that's a good sign so far.
We have Dr. Michael Jansen on hand to assist with the Sean Steinert, J.R. Anderson's SSR rescue team. Always have the best safety assets available to offshore racing with Race World Offshore.
And they've put in so much time in even developing custom equipment to deal with this particular sport. There's no other sport that deals with some of this stuff.
That's right.
So,
I mean, you have specialized operators that, you know, that they bring in. The two, you can see the two orange helmets on the back of the rescue boat.
Good news.
And again, it was announced that the Super Cat boats were heading back to the milling area, so that's a good sign that Ron and Kelly off the boat. Now they're trying to secure the boat and get it under tow. Helmets. See jackhammer moving in.
Always a relief to see that. Now the rescue helicopter is passing us to go back to the helicopter to get the airport to get more divers to come back out for this restart.
There's towboat. Sea tow. Red flag on Super Cat and Class 2 UIM World Championship Racing, part of the UIM 4 that we recognized in Monaco. Tough start to racing today with the weather here in Michigan City on Lake Michigan. Divers in the water. Divers got to be brought back, and new divers deployed.
Oh,
this race has been called. It's been terminated due to weather conditions. Today's racing has been halted by race control. So the boats have been called back in from milling. Super stock races will be rescheduled for tomorrow, canceled for today, as already the Mod V races have been rescheduled for tomorrow. So Super Cat boats and Class 2 boats have been called back in, and that is going to conclude today's racing at the X Insurance Great Lakes Grand Prix. Ryan and Eric, weather came in and has definitely caused a lot of trouble here today.
Yeah, you usually can't win against Mother Nature. She's brought a pretty good track record.
She's pretty fickle, and today she claimed a lot of victims with this condition she brought out. So hopefully it's better tomorrow for everybody and better and safe racing. We're glad everybody is on a good path to be able to race tomorrow.
About 3 boats over today, and everybody races hard, but it's tough, especially running in the wind like that. Every one of those accidents happened running into that hard wind.
And almost the same place. Challenging conditions for sure.
Yep, 100%. Ryan Beckley, American Powerboat Association Offshore Racing Chair, thanks for joining us. And we'll have you back here tomorrow.
Yes,
and
sir.
Eric, great to have you, Ryan. And Eric, appreciate you. We'll be back tomorrow. Special thanks to the entire crew here with Extreme Angles, JW Powell, Ian, Chris, and the camera guys. Tough day today for everyone. Appreciate all your help. And thanks for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow. Check the Race World Offshore schedule. We'll have all of the action for you again, get you updated early here at Race World Offshore's Facebook page and YouTube channels, and also X Insurance YouTube as well. Talk to you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day, and see you down on the street at the Google Street Party here in Michigan City. Bye, everyone.